Hi everyone. We will wait for additional 5 minutes for other people to join. Okay, I think that we can start. So Amshal, please start the moderation of this session, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amsal Muharimovic, and I wish you a warm welcome to the Biomedical Engineering and Medical Bioinformatics session, which is a part of the Tuzla Brain Week Congress. Welcome to the session, where you will learn about the basics of biomedical engineering, artificial intelligence, and its application in medicine, biostatistics, and bioinformatics. Our lecturers will prove that a multidisciplinary approach to solving a medical problem is very possible and desirable in this age of rapid technological progress. Their common focus is the use of various hardware and software tools in biomedical science for safer access to the patient and solving problems in biomedical research. Before we start, and at the beginning, we will call the Tuzla Brain Week project coordinator, Edina Seydin, to tell us more about the Congress, its organization, and importance. Please, Edina.
Thank you, Amsal. Respected professors and dear colleagues and participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our online session of biomedical engineering and medical bioinformatics. Our team has worked very hard to make a quality content, and I'm really sorry we couldn't meet up and listen to our keynote speakers and our guests in person. Because I think it's a very important thing that we make a contact and to, of course, learn something new. Either way, I would like to thank our keynote speakers for making their time to be here today with us and to share their knowledge, of course. I hope that you take something useful and to learn something new from our sessions, of course. And I wish that we can see each other next year, that this pandemic situation will get better the next year. So I really hope that Tuzla Brain Week is something that you carry in your memories, like something that was useful and that you have learned actually something new. Wish you the best of luck in today's session, and please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Edina. Well, the session and lectures you will attend today are organized by the team for biomedical engineering and medical informatics. We will kindly ask Nermin Juzic, the head of the team, to welcome and introduce you to the session.
Okay, hi everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Ermin Jovic, first year PhD student of genetics and bioengineering at International Boys University in Sarajevo. And this year it was my honor to be the head of biomedical engineering and medical informatics team. And actually, I would like to thank to my team, to express my gratitude because they helped me to organize this session where you will be able to learn more about bioinformatics, biomedical engineering, and other interdisciplinary branches of engineering and medical science. We will have like four keynote lecturers, and other lectures will be given from our students, from our guest lecturers. But I hope that you will enjoy all lectures and that we will be able to learn something new and experience some new science. And I I don't want to say anything more. Just enjoy the whole session, and thank you for coming today to the session of biomedical engineering and medical informatics.
Thank you again, Nermin. Well, it's 10:10 a.m., so it's time to start the session, and we will do so with a motivational introductory speech given by Tatjana Vucic. Tatjana Vucic is the executive director of the BIT Alliance and an association of the largest IT companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. She is a graduate of the International Economics and Management at Bocconi University in Italy, where she also received a master's degrees in innovation and technology. She finished 3 years postgraduate specialization in strategic management and leadership at the Harvard University, where she is engaged as an analyst for high-tech industry projects. Tatiana is also involved in many EU projects with respect to work experience within Bosnia and Herzegovina boundaries. She worked for the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Republic of Srpska, Rectorate of the University of Banja Luka, Faculty of Electrical Engineering in Banja Luka, Lanakel Company, MTEL Company, many consulting agencies and youth talent organizations, of which the BH Futures Foundation specialist stands out, where she is the president of the board. In addition to this, she is the founder of the Youth Programmers Camps, successfully organized for more than 5 years. She is a member of Mensa International. Tatiana is a proud mother of 3 children. Her topic for today is from individual to interdisciplinary in biomedical engineering, perspective of future jobs. Dear Tatiana, welcome and enjoy your speech.
Dear Amsel, thank you for introduction. I hope you can hear me all well. If not, raise hands. First of all, I would like to say a huge thank you to Nermin and all your great team for invitation to this event. I am really sorry because we didn't meet at Tuzla, because I was looking forward to it as we are all collapsed in our own cities or towns during this pandemic. But anyhow, I'm very, very proud on you that you actually, besides all these obstacles that we are having these days, that you actually managed to work it out. And I would like to see this conference going on for long, long years to go and be a real tradition of interdisciplinary approach to many, many sciences here, including biology, medical engineering, medicine, engineering itself, informatics, IT, etc., etc. So today's speech I would divide into let's say 3 parts. The first one would be just a little bit about me, because Amsel already read my biography, and you could see that by vocation, I'm somebody who is in international economics and management, and somebody who entered the engineering world, actually innovation and technology, at many prestige universities in Italy, in United States, United Kingdom, Canada, etc. And then I went on specializing in human resources, human potentials, young talents, leadership, development, corporate strategy, etc. So many fields inside my education and inside my career, and that is why I actually wanted to connect this pattern of my life to something which is today's pattern, and that is actually multidisciplinarity in many fields. So it's not as if you had, like once upon a time, a person who could be or who is the best or very good at only one thing. So today, for example, in this period when my parents were in their peak of careers and everything, my mother was in financial economics, and she only did financial economics. No technology, no leadership, no human resources, no business administration, no nothing else, but only that. And my father was in some other real estate agency business, and only that and nothing more. So as things are changing and time is moving on and technology is coming inside all of our life spheres, let's say, it is simply unbelievable that you can choose, especially if you're a youngster, that you can choose to be only in one and only one discipline. So here we have a huge breakthrough of these multidisciplinary roles, multidisciplinary, let's say, positions within the companies. And when today people are hiring somebody, and I can tell you that from the perspective of human resources, senior manager in many companies until now, I can tell you that what great companies and great institutions are looking for is exactly this multidisciplinarity. So when they want to have you as a part of their organization, they actually want to have a couple of persons at the same time in only one person. So if you're, for example, here within they want you to be good in biology and medicine and engineering and informatics and languages and marketing and Facebook, Instagram and other stories telling, etc., etc. So they want you to be 10 people in one person. And that is something which I would like to share with you. And that is why I started with this individual part of mine. So I went on many different, very prestigious universities around the world and got this knowledge in many, many, many areas. Experiences, because I was in all institutions and companies that you can ever imagine in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as I decided to have career which will be consisting of many different institutions, universities, companies, etc., etc. Today, I'm the head of association, the greatest IT association, actually the only one in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which covers all the country, and one of the greatest on the Balkans. And that is BIT Alliance, and that is IT industry, as I said, which brings me to the next topic, and that is how I actually, what Steve Jobs would say, connected the dots when it comes to my education, life path, career, etc. So that is why I'm wearing this t-shirt with the dots, because one of my life slogans and one of my life, let's say, citations that are very, very important to me and are philosophies of my life as well, is this one sentence of Steve Jobs, which says, you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. And that made all the difference in my life, because all those dots were, let's say, unconnectable at the time being when I was going from one dot to another dot. So why would somebody who is in economics and management go to innovation and engineering, and then go to leadership and human resources and psychology? So those are very, very different areas. And why would one person who is pursuing so heavily their efforts and everything inside education go in industry and not do PhD or something like that and research, the academic research? And why would that same person go to be a mother, not of one child, but of 3 children? Kenan,
Kenan, can you please mute your mic? Thank you.
So, what I would like to point here is that there are so many fields in my life in which I proved what I want to today talk you about, and that is the third point. So the second one was actually connecting those dots and understanding how capable all of you are to connect many things, many different things that have, when you look at them at the surface, they do not have anything in common. But when you go deeply inside, then you can understand why actually some things happened and how you connect them, how you can connect them in order to pursue some very, very important things in life. So my third point is actually that I proved with many things in my life that this high multidisciplinarity is something which anyone can do. Because if I could do that, any one of you could do that. Because my parents are not something like from royal family, or they're not presidents or ministers or whatever. They're normal. They're like normal medium of society people, working class people, and I had no any predispositions to be somewhere up because of my roots, let's say, except for the fact that my roots are very, very stubborn, very ambitious, very strong, and something which actually made me be today in many disciplines at once. So this third topic, and actually the core of my today's speech is actually how you can come from this individual approach to this interdisciplinarity, not only in your life, but also in your job, in your career, in your education, etc., and how much it is important. For example, from the perspective of IT industry, it is very rare that you will have only a developer, but also that that person would be a designer, that person would be a good psychologist, that person would be a good marketer, or something like that. It's very unusual that you will see only economists today, which who has no additional disciplinary fields in which they are good. So with respect to your topic and all the conference here, okay, biology and medicine are very intertwined, and that's great. But then engineering is something so different. And then you have informatics and IT and everything around that. So it is really a great, Amsel, sorry, how many minutes do I have more? Because I know that the time is limited.
Well, it says on the agenda that you have 20 minutes time, so you have 7 minutes left, but
okay,
we can extend it.
Okay, thank you. You just raise your hand when I'm finished with 20 minutes.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
So why I ask this, because of some other stories which I want to share with you. So when it comes to multidisciplinarity, here, as I said, biology and medicine are very correlated, but then the engineering is not correlated. For biology and medicine, you have to have this emotional intelligence a lot. This research spirit a lot, this human touch a lot. And then when it comes to engineering, you need to be machine oriented. You need to be mathematically and logically oriented. You need to have totally other set of abilities. And then here you have informatics and IT, and there everything is programmed, everything is structured, everything has its box in which needs to be fit in order to function. There is an order which you must pursue, etc. So if you're pursuing career and research and education in this biomedical engineering and medical bioinformatics, etc., you need to be many people in one person. And that is really brave. And that is really great. Why? Because you are actually influencing so many fields with your work. You're influencing so many people around you with your work, because you will have and you will give the touch to biomedicine, you will give the touch to engineering, you will give the touch to informatics. So you will be able to do one job, one research. You will be at one position, but you will do that as if it was 10 people there doing different things, and then put it into one work, one research paper, one delivery of the project, etc., etc. And that is something really great. And that is something which you shouldn't be any time be afraid of, because I believe that you should be very motivated to inspire many and many people and tell them, you see, I may connect biology, medicine, informatics, engineering, IT, etc. Why you shouldn't do so? Why you couldn't be also a person who is multi-person? Why you couldn't share your knowledges and experiences with many generations to come? So how I see many of you today who are present at this conference is actually a set of huge potential talents, young talents, and a little bit older talents, for those professors of yours, for those assistants of yours and researchers who are present here today. I would see you actually as somebody who is a great inspiration for the age to come. And in that age, actually, you will teach your children not to be only, not to be in the box, not to be limited, not to be pushed into a direction they do not want to go, but to be pushed in all directions, all over the place, but to be somebody who is actually moving the limits, who are changing the rules of the game, who are opening some new doors in the future. And you're setting the example. You're setting an example for those to come. As my parents set me the example, you should be great only at one thing. And I thought it was limiting. It was insulting my personality, because I have so many things to give to this world and to generations to come. And that is actually why I wanted to change this in my family. And some other Tatiana or Nermin or Amsal or whoever, Edina, Sanya, Leila, Ismail, etc., whoever is present here, can do this change in their family and tell, okay, now I would like to mix so many fields and do something which is interdisciplinary, which connects the dots in different systems. And that is something which not many people are able to do. And that is actually something for which I'm very, very pleased to be here with you today, as I believe that people as you are really the change makers, not only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also in our region and in the world in general. Why it is so specific to be somebody like that in Bosnia and Herzegovina is actually that you are pioneers in all this, as I was a couple of years ago, because it was unimaginable that somebody can take so many different fields at once and be very great at many of them, or all of them, or however you like, but more than one of them. And that is why actually I believe so much that these conferences and these groups of people such as you are the ones who are changing the whole system. There are not many of us, of course, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Otherwise, we would be Switzerland or United. Amsel, this is the Finnish. Thank you. Or United States or Russia or whoever of these very, very developed countries. But rather, we are in a very undeveloped country, third world country, as somebody call us. But that doesn't stop us to change the rules in our country, to put so many fields in one field to make them interdisciplinary researches, interdisciplinary careers, interdisciplinary companies that will exist in a couple of years' time, etc. So in the end, I leave you with a quote which I really love very much, and that is, where there's a way, meaning that whoever tells you that you cannot do something, box, don't let them limit you, because people examples, as I showed you in the very beginning, that for the betterment of the whole society, generations to come, your country, your region, and the world itself in the end. So I would like once more to thank you all for being here today, and not only being here today, but for being in the world. And I put very, very many, let's say, how could I define that? I'm trying to find a word, but I'm putting the the question for you to be a motivation and inspiration, not only for the generations to come, but also for us who are a little bit older, a little bit elder, etc., etc. Because also our motivation and our inspiration are people like you, because of the people like you, we have this great strength and passion to exist, because we are not alone, and there are generations to come to go into this direction, which goes in unlimited space and time. So thank you for existing. Thank you.
Dear Tatiana, thank you for the motivational speech. I'd like everyone who is present here to take in your kind words, wise words, and motivational words. And we are proud to have you here today with us. If there are any questions, please don't be shy. I'm sure Tatiana will gladly answer all of those.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Well, if there aren't any, I'd like to ask one. I'd like to first comment on the speech. It was actually incredible. You know, there is a question, and I'll continue later. Samaya Hajalic asked, how did you manage to combine such a broad career and family life? Did it ever seem impossible?
Impossible. Well, who knows me? Well, you need to sacrifice something always. What I sacrificed is my husband, and I divorced from him because he couldn't understand why I want to change the world. He was very great person for being a father of my children and being somebody who is inside the family, but I wanted so much more. And therefore today I'm a single mother of 3 kids, and very proud of that, because I'm learning my kids that there are no limits in anything, and that they can have the family without or with dad or mom here, and still contribute to society, contribute to humankind, etc., etc. Yes, it was, as you said, sometimes it was impossible, but what I love the most in life are those missions impossible. When somebody tells me you cannot do that, that is the first step when I start my passion about doing that. Of course, if I believe in that very much, and of course, if I have a drive inside me. And that is something where this word impossible comes, just erases this I am prefix and comes to possible. So yes, you must sacrifice something. For example, now at older age, I decided to get the divorce from my husband because that was the obstacle towards many other great things that I can do in my career, life, etc., etc., because life is so short. Then on the other hand, you have the situation in which I was, you would say 5.00 student. I never ever got 4 at any subject in school, never ever. I mean, the conclusion grade. At Harvard, I was an A student. I never got A minus. At Bocconi, I don't 30 cum laude. So this is the like 10 plus in our system. So when you are pursuing such a road, then you need to sacrifice something. For example, I sacrificed my love life before. That is why I actually got married for the very first man which I met. And I sacrificed, for example, the entertainment. I usually do not have the entertainment in my life, but that is my choice. And that is the another point which I would like to give you also as a motivation. If you, I mean, all of you can make your choices. You're free to make your choices, unless you're obstacled by your parents or somebody else. But even then, you can make your own decisions and choices. If you make a decision, you need to know that this decision will have consequences. Great, good, beautiful, but also very bad, worse, or ugly, or terrifying, or whatever. But you must take everything into consideration. Once I got this idea to be somebody who will change things in society. Today, I'm changing things in IT industry a lot, and I'm not motivated by my salary, never ever. I'm motivated by the things I will do and the things that will be changed. Then you need to say, okay, because of this, I will not go to coffees with my friends each and every day, because that doesn't go into this pursuing the changing of society. But I will do this only once per week and not 5 times per week. So this is something which I decided. I was not obliged to do so. Nobody threatened me to do so, but it's my inner motivation. I just need to see here. Leila Gurbeta. So this is these questions, but maybe what is your opinion on women equality in the field? Is it harder for women to succeed in the field? Should we emphasize this question, or we should emphasize the skills of women and talk more about that and fighting that? Well, you will usually see me give many presentations and talks with many very important people about the gender equality, because it is very unusual that a woman is on the top of a man industry, because IT industry is man industry. It's like 75+% men in the industry and less than 25% of women in the industry. And I said, I'm okay with that this is a man industry, and as long as it is ruled by women. So that is my joke with them. But anyhow, I hate these gender equality issues for one thing, because I do not see people for their gender. I do not see people for their race. I do not see people for their, let's say, religion, nationality. That is, for example, why I'm in the BH Futures Foundation, and many of you are there also. And that is how Nermin and I met there, and have these many great things in common, in which nothing but the humanity and intelligence and this energy, drive, passion, however you call that, visionary things for changing the society for the better is important. So it is not about the gender, it is about the quality of your personality. Whether you're a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. It matters that you have something which is really unique. And it is not relevant that, for example, I moved for this job. I moved, actually, I'm half of the week in Banja Luka and half of the week in Sarajevo, in between the family and the job, in between different nationalities, in between different religions. I'm a woman in a man's world. Yeah, I'm some girl from Banja Luka coming to the city of Sarajevo. I am somebody who is a single mother, and I'm taking care of 3 small children by myself. Yeah, my parents are there to help me, of course, but it's very hard. And then you would say, who would give a chance to that person? And it was very tough decision, but in the end, for many candidates, it was united decision that it will be me, not because of anything else, but because of this drive. And that is the Leila question, answer to your question. So don't stop these prejudices about you're a woman and then you're a single mother and then you're a Serbian in a Muslim world, or you're a Muslim in a Serbian world, or in Croatian world, or in African Black world, or whatever. No, don't allow people to put the limits in you. That is why I was telling you from the very beginning, don't put anybody to put you in the box. You're not living your lives to be in the box. You're living your lives to go outside, from inside to the outside, and see all the beauties of the world and show all the beauties of the world to the people. Okay. That is for you, Leila. So please think about only one thing in which you are unique and follow that path, because that is the path for success. So those are the questions from here.
I have a final question before we move on, and it's a question from me to you. Where do you see yourself in the foreseeable future? Is there an end goal to your work and ambitions?
What is foreseeable future? I must ask.
Well, let's say in the next 10 to 15 years.
10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to devote my life to this country because I moved back to this country in 2010. And then I actually decided to devote all my life to the young talents of this country, who would either stay here and make this country more prosper, beautiful, and much higher in all aspects, which one country can have. And the other point is that they may go somewhere outside of this country, but bring back their knowledges, their experiences, or whatever else. So I'm staying on that road to be here for talented young people, to inspire them, to motivate them. Also, what was not written in my biography, in the last years, I'm very much in psychology, very much in neuro linguistic programming. very much in transactional analysis and many other aspects, which are now a little bit moving to medical things. But this interdisciplinary, I'm not giving up from that. I usually work a lot as a consultant for leaders of the companies, usually high-tech companies, IT companies, etc. And that is something which I would do for sure. And the last thing would be to change things within the system. Maybe today it is Bosnia and Herzegovina, tomorrow will be some parliament or representative in some EU, whatever body or something like that. But I do not have well, I have the goals like until 20 years old, until 30 years old, until 40 years old, etc., etc. And I'm following this this path. So there are no limits in which I can say I see myself here. I believe it can be higher than I can imagine right now. So that is actually the final message, no limits for that as well, because I may be anywhere. The only thing which is important for me here, as I said, in gender, it's not important about the gender. Here, it's about the passion. I need to believe in what I do. I need to be highly passionate about that. I need to love what I do, because then if it's not like that, I cannot share this energy. I cannot enlighten people around me. I cannot move the limits if I do not have the inner drive. And the inner drive is something which motivates me. And it depends on the people around me a lot, situations and etc. So the worse the situation, the greatest motivation to turn it for the better. So you will see me, Amsel, and everybody in many different positions in next years to come. And I believe I will see many of you in very great positions here or outside here.
Thank you again. I'd like to thank you so much for taking your time and being here today and giving us these kind advices and a incredible speech. If there are no questions, I'd like to move on with our second keynote lecturer, who is Professor Leila Gurbeta-Pokvic. Leila Gurbeta-Pokvic holds a PhD degree in biomedical engineering and has experience in the academic and economic sectors. She is currently employed as assistant professor at the International Birch University in Sarajevo and technical manager at Ware Lab. Moreover, she is active internationally as collaborator for the clinical engineering division at the International Federation for Medical and Biological Engineering. She is one of the pioneers of biomedical engineering in Bosnia and Herzegovina and is part of the team that has set up and maintains activities within the legal framework for the periodical assessment of medical devices in healthcare institutions at the national level. Areas of interests are medical devices and artificial intelligence. She will tell us more about artificial intelligence, brain and nervous system. Professor Leila, please take your microphone.
Thank you very much, Amsal, for such a great introduction. I would just kindly ask the host of the meeting to enable me to share the presentation if possible.
Yes, I will do it. Okay, can you try now?
Yeah, thank you, Nermin. I hope that you can see my presentation.
Yes, we see.
So good morning, everyone, I hope that you will enjoy my presentation. After such a great motivational speech that Tatiana just held, I'm going more into this technical part, the engineering part, and I will show you how engineering and healthcare, medicine, biology have been combined using the field of artificial intelligence. So here I will briefly show you what was the motivation behind the artificial intelligence and how the brain and nervous system actually served for, as a motivation for development of expert systems that have a major application in all fields, but today I'm going to speak about healthcare. So I like to say that now we're living in the age of artificial intelligence, because in the last decade, artificial intelligence has made a significant progress. When you're thinking about some progress, I usually like to go into and observe the historical development. So it's really interesting to see that it took almost 10,000 years to switch from handwriting to printing, and then it took only 500 years until the email came up, and even less period of time went by. So now we have phones, we have applications, and we communicate in a millisecond manner, and we're always connected. So the artificial intelligence can be defined as a branch of computer science, which is dealing with the simulation of intelligent behavior in computers. So today we see the applications of artificial intelligence everywhere, in every field of application, in industry, in entertainment as well. So consumers benefit from better tailored and responsive products and services because they fit individual needs and expectations. So now you listen to music on YouTube, and YouTube immediately suggests similar music that you would like, etc., etc. So with the usage of digital technology and data analytics tools, industries have become more people-centered, and they do that by understanding what you need. So they understand your needs. And this understanding and data analysis, data analytics is powered by artificial intelligence methodology. So today there are some key terms that you often hear, and that is artificial intelligence, artificial neural networks, machine learning, prediction, big data, computer vision, classification, etc., etc. So all of that is motivated by the brain and by the nervous system in the human body. So our brain uses the extremely large interconnected network of neurons for information processing and model the world around us. So simply put, and I think most of you know this, a neuron collects inputs from other neurons using dendrites, and then it sums up all the inputs and it decides whether it should give the output result or not. So based on the excitation to the neuron fires the signal or not. So our nervous system, it consists of a vast number of neurons, and you can see here that we are even born with 100 billion of neurons, and they may be connected to as many as 100,000 other neurons. Here, to understand how artificial neural networks were developed and how artificial intelligence is performing, we need to understand the behavior of biological neuron. So here on the slide, you can see some basic parts of neuron explained. So dendrite for collecting inputs from other neurons, cell body for summarizing all those inputs, axon for firing the output signal and giving that signal to other neurons. Synapses, they represent weighted transmission of signal, and those transmissions are done using neurotransmitters. So you can have excitatory neurotransmitters and inhibitory neurotransmitters. So signals move through this part of neuron, which is covered with a myelin sheath, and it enables faster propagation of the signal from the cell body, where it is summarized, to the synapses, where the signal is given to other neurons which are connected to that. So that is the process happening in human body, happening in human brain. It happens in a very small time period. It happens parallel. So neurons are working in parallel. There is no one neuron waiting for some other to initiate, but neurons have the possibility to perform in parallel, and that is the major motivation for building the artificial intelligence, to build the signal processing units, which doesn't work in sequential manner, in algorithm algorithmic manner, but to develop signal processing units which are able to parallelly process the information. So humans, we are incredible pattern recognition machines. And as Tatiana said, we are able to recognize emotions and environment around us. So we process inputs from the world, whatever those inputs are, we categorize them, and then we generate the output. The output can be in terms of some process, some activity, emotion, etc., etc. So we don't think about getting the inputs, processing the inputs, and giving the output, but we do this automatically and quickly, so with little or no effort. So that was also the motivation, how to develop such system that would automatically and quickly analyze the inputs and give the output. So that is what artificial intelligence do. It loosely mimics the way our brains solve the problem by taking in inputs, processing them, and generating the output. So you can see that artificial neural networks are structures which are used to process the data, input data, and to solve complex patterns and prediction problems. So literally, the biological neuron was used as a basis for development of artificial neuron. So here on this slide, you can see one biological neuron with all its parts, and you can see how these parts are connected to artificial neuron, which is presented in this second part of the figure. So your inputs are neuron inputs are modeled with the blocks which represent inputs. You have a cell body here which performs weighted summation of all inputs, and also you have activation function which is deciding on the threshold of the activation, whether the activation is large enough to fire the output signal. And here you have a modeling of output signal. So artificial neurons can behave in linear and nonlinear characteristics, and that is modeled by the activation function that is presented here. So also because this biological neuron is connected to multiple other neurons, and those connections are not the same, that is modeled by something that is called weights. So there is some factor which is assigned to synapses between neurons, and it models the weight of that synapses. So some neurons have greater impact to the neuron that we are observing than the other ones to which neuron is connected. So this is a basic signal processing unit that was constructed based on the structure of the brain and biological neuron. And this artificial unit is able to conduct very complex tasks such as pattern recognition, classification, or prediction. So artificial intelligence in healthcare will have major impact. So it is already making impact in all other fields, in industry or in entertainment. So you have self-driving cars, you have music prediction, you have Google Translate, you have applications which enable you to communicate with people even though they are not speaking your language, etc., etc. But it is really interesting to see how artificial intelligence will impact the healthcare. Why? From two aspects. The first aspect is regulatory aspect, because everything needs to be regulatory defined. So how will the artificial intelligence be regulatory defined? And the other thing is the ethics. So how will that be addressed with the application of artificial intelligence in healthcare? But what are the benefits of introducing artificial intelligence in healthcare? The first, and I think the most important one, is reduction in hospital errors. Because on a daily basis, you have different kinds of incidents that involve, that result in injuries and deaths of patients, or injuries of staff that is performing the activities in healthcare. But the research has found out that these errors can be prevented if you if you make them automatical, if you reduce the subjective impact of those actions. And that is where artificial intelligence comes in. Also, the application of artificial intelligence in healthcare will contribute its cost effectiveness, and it is estimated that effective application of artificial intelligence will result in annual savings of hundreds of billions of dollars in healthcare sector. So artificial intelligence, it has a high potential to transform healthcare by deriving new and important insight from the vast amount of data generated during the delivery of healthcare. So imagine this. Today, any activity that you do, it results in the data, whether you're using your phone, whether you're using your PC, or in any kind of application, any kind of process, you're generating the data. So we are living in a digitized world. So what if that data, even the data coming from healthcare, can be used for classifications, for predictions? So instead of reactive framework, what if you can have predictive framework? And nowadays, there are applications of artificial intelligence in healthcare, but they are mainly seen through medical devices and expert system that you build to classify and predict the outcome of a disease. And here you can see an example where expert systems based on artificial intelligence are used for diagnosis of heart infarction, Alzheimer, cancer, etc., etc. Also, they are used for management of chronic diseases. They are used in medical imaging, and they are used to collect and analyze a lot of data coming from Internet of Things devices, so for the betterment of the healthcare environment. But my research group is the point at which we are thinking, okay, medical devices are used everywhere in the healthcare sector. Healthcare is a backbone of humankind, which was proven with this COVID-19 pandemics. Medical devices have a fundamental role in saving lives. They are used in everyday practice. However simple or complex application is for prevention, for monitoring, for prediction, for prognosis, for treatment of patients. So they are generating a lot of data. And currently, the application of artificial intelligence is in the field of inventory management. So in that manner, the application of artificial intelligence for medical device is cost effective. You're reducing the costs by analyzing the risk of spare part replacement and etc. But we are more thinking about medical device performance and how it affects people. So there is a variety of medical devices, and the market of medical devices is huge, whether we are speaking at European level or we are speaking at the global level. But imagine yourself, when you go into the healthcare institution, you're going off for the tests. When medical professionals do tests, they are using all sorts of medical equipment. When you get the test, you get the paper or you get the print recording on your mobile phone or PC, you don't think about how it was made, you think about the results you obtain, and you don't think how reliable those results are, but you think about the consequences, about what will you do. So my research group is investigating this problem. So the reliability of a measurements of medical devices which were used on the patients to obtain those numbers, those figures, the pictures that are used for prevention and diagnosis. How reliable are those devices? So I usually like to say that in God we trust, but all others, they must bring data. They must show me how reliable those measurements are, because I won't trust them if they don't show me some evidence. So artificial intelligence can come in here and can help in solving this problem. You can use post-market surveillance data for the medical devices. As I said, each medical device is generating a lot of data. So environment in which medical devices are used is generating a lot of data. So we're thinking like, if everything is changing, if the world around us is changing, then the principles of ensuring safety and performance of medical devices must be adapted as well. So we're thinking like this. If there are around 2 million of deaths and injuries of the patients caused by the medical devices in the last 10 years, what can we do to decrease that? What can we do to increase the quality of care, and how can we increase the reliability of medical devices? What if we could predict when medical device will fail or will malfunction? So our question is how to manage the change, understand the present, and predict the future. So we want to predict the device failure, and in that field, artificial intelligence can have a major impact. But to predict something, you need the data. And we're collecting our data from healthcare institutions. And it's part of legal metrology framework, which was developed in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which combines together three fields: the field of medical devices, the field of metrology, and the field of standardization. So we are performing yearly inspections of all medical devices to ensure that they are safe when used on patients. And that is our service that we provide. But added value is our research. How can we improve this field? How we can prevent every malfunction from happening, or better say, how we can decrease these malfunctions. So this framework within which we are doing was published in the book Inspection of Medical Devices for Regulatory Purposes. So if you're interested in more details regarding that framework, you can read in this book. Colleagues are collecting the data on the field, and those data are device-related data, electrical safety parameters, and performance parameters, and they are bringing that data into the database which we have developed. So now we're at the point where we have developed this database, and we're starting to analyze the data and to use the data to predict the outcome of medical device. We have done 2 pilot studies. We have investigated prediction of defibrillator performance using artificial intelligence and prediction of infant incubator performance using artificial intelligence. And our goal is to turn this big data into the smart data to improve a process within the healthcare. Our final objective in this research is to develop an expert system based on machine learning or artificial neural network that can be embedded on some platform which can be put or placed near a medical device, so it can collect the data about the medical device, and it can predict when the performance decreases, so that medical device will fail or experience some kind of malfunction. So this is the block diagram representation of the data that we are using, and I already mentioned. So visual inspection, electrical safety data, performance inspection, and the data from the environment. What we have shown so far is that artificial intelligence has a great promise in this field. So application of artificial intelligence in the prediction of medical device output will benefit the post-market surveillance of medical devices at European level, because it will create standardized and harmonized methodology for ensuring this post-market surveillance. So now we're in a reactive mode. Something happens, you're going and doing a correction, and we want to use artificial intelligence to shift to the predictive approach. So you want to monitor the device, so you know at which moment the device will experience a failure or a malfunction. The ultimate goal here is to improve the quality of care and treatment that is provided to the patient. And that can be done by using the artificial intelligence. So thank you very much. I'm looking forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Leila, for your presentation and taking your time today to be with us. I'd like to start with a question, if no one objects. You were talking about AI and AI in medical devices, and actually the success rate of the malfunctioning. I'm not well informed about this, but how much is AI actually being integrated in Bosnia and Herzegovina? If if it's integrated at all?
So implementation of artificial intelligence in healthcare is challenging because of the two parts, as I mentioned, regulatory part and ethical part. So far, manufacturers comply with international standards and they embed the artificial intelligence as part of medical devices that perform classification and prediction of diseases. So you can see artificial intelligence present in the application that go along imaging devices. So once the image is taken from the patient, for example, MRI, the artificial intelligence is doing the classification and the prediction of the outcome. So I for sure didn't see so many application of artificial intelligence in our healthcare, but I know that it exists and it is used worldwide. As for Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are more focused on developing expert systems for prediction and classification of disease outcomes. Those are yet pilot studies, and as I showed you, we are working in prediction and classification of Alzheimer's disease, coronary diseases. Still no certain application of artificial intelligence in healthcare as a part of healthcare, but that is just because healthcare in Bosnia and Herzegovina is at a point where digitalization needs to be adopted everywhere, not just for certain processes in healthcare. So we're at this crucial point now where this shift needs to happen, and then we can talk about artificial intelligence.
Thank you for the answer. I ask that because there is a question from Ismail. Do you want to read it out loud or should I do it?
Yeah, Ismail is interested for the possibility to gain some kind of practice in the field of biomedical engineering during undergraduate studies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Do we give opportunities for students to learn practically? Usually we are open for summer internship in the Verlab. So if you're interested for the summer internship, you can send us the email to info@verlab.ba, so we can discuss this more.
Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Thank you very much for the attention, and I hope to see you next time. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Leila. I'd like to add something before we move on. I can see a bright future actually in the predicative usage of what Leila talked about, because I'm from Zenza, and I'll just give a practical example of how this will be and should be a thing of the future. I don't know how things are in Tuzla, but whenever the MRI machine in Zenza is broken because they're bound by a contract that is absurd, we can't actually have our people and engineers repair it. We have to wait for Japanese engineers to come and repair it. So there's a huge how would I say it, waiting time before actually anyone can perform an MRI because of the lack of the predicament that Leila talked about. So if we had the ability to actually implement this, not only in Zenza, but throughout Bosnia and Herzegovina, we could have more experience and faster actually services provided to our patients. I hope this will come to us as soon as possible so we can avoid all of this and all of these problems. Thank you, Leila, again for your time. I had made a mistake in the beginning, a mistake on my part. I should have said, for any reason, I forgot it. If you are feeling more comfortable talking in Bosnian, since there are no international participants, you can do so, but it is more preferably in English. So the next speaker is a young and prospective medical student called Kenan Sulic. Last year, Kenan graduated from medical school in Tuzla and was awarded as the best high school student in Bosnia and Herzegovina because of his volunteerism, enthusiasm, and hard work directed towards different projects organizations, non-governmental sector, and etc. In the previous year, Kenan and his colleagues successfully developed the app, which is the first online application that helps people who need psychological help and consulting by connecting them to experts in our country. He is also a biomedical engineering team coordinator, and we are really proud of his work as his application saves lives. However, we will leave it to Kenan to tell you more about the application he developed with his colleagues, the application that can change the life of those who are in need. Kenan, please take the stage.
Thank you, Ansel, for a great introduction. For the start, it's my honor to be here today, and I have one quick question before we start. Will you mind if I talk in Boston, because I think it will be more effective. And so,
yeah, as I said, that's a mistake on my part. You can freely talk in Bosnian if it's more comfortable for you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ovako, da pređemo na naš, pošto ja volim s našim ljudima pričati na našem jeziku iz mnogih razloga. Jedan od njih jeste što nikada na stranim jezicima, pa ni drugim ljudima nećemo moći objasniti ono što mi donosimo sa sobom, što mi možemo ponuditi svojim riječima i onime što posjedujemo u Bosni i Hercegovini. I mnogo priča, mnogo dešavanja, mnogo toga ste mogli čuti, možda čujete, a i ono što ćete danas čuti, vjerujem i nadam se da će vam negdje ostati, barem da vam se svidjelo, ako ne da istražujete dalje. Ono što na početku vidite jeste možda ljude koji su bili tu kada niko nije i koji su podržali sve ovo kada nije bilo vjere i nade da mladi iz Bosne i Hercegovine mogu da ostvare jedan svjetski projekat i što volim reći da postanu prvi na svijetu. Lijepa priča koja je podržana od strane Federalnog ministarstva Bosne i Hercegovine, asocijacije iz švedske ambasade i švicarske ambasade koji su odgovorni za projekat mentalnog zdravlja Bosne i Hercegovine. S druge strane, podržali smo od Instituta za razvoj mladih put kao i švedske ambasade. Tu su naše saradnje sa dva divna univerziteta, to jeste Internacionalni Bučki univerzitet u Sarajevu, sa kojega smo sve ovo i počeli, i tu je La Trobe University iz Melbourna iz Australije. I od prošle godine imamo zvaničnu saradnju i na čelu za našu saradnju stoji profesor, doktor, čovjek iz Bosne i Hercegovine, Edi Čustović. Također, pored ovih ovdje ljudi, ja bih želio da se zahvalim jednoj divnoj osobi koja je tu među vama i koja je pružala konstantno jednu veliku podršku meni i mome timu, koja je uvijek bila pokazatelj svega onoga što je vam pričala, da kao mladi ljudi zaista možete uspjeti i da ne trebate gledati na sve ono što vas graniči, nego da sve te granice pokorite i pokažete da Bosna i Hercegovina nije u biti mala, nego su je prerano ograničili. Tatjana, veliko hvala za sve što si učinila za mene, a čast mi je da su ovi ljudi danas imali priliku da te slušaju i zaista kao motivacioni govornik jesi to i to što nosi sa sobom, zaista trebaju da vjeruju te riječi da se vode njima kroz život. Hvala ti još jednom, a ja ću nastaviti sa aplikacijom, pa ako bude pitanja ili nekih nedoumica, mene slobodno prekidajte. Kao što sam rekao, sastavljeni smo od 4 osobe, 4 mlada života iz Bosne i Hercegovine, volim reći dijagonalno povezani od juga države iz Konjica i Jablanice pa sve do Srebrenika i ovdje Tuzle. Slijeo, Amina, Moamer i moja malenkost, ekipa mladih koji su pokazali da mogu i žele. Njih troje su na Burču, ostali su tu gdje su započeli svoju jednu divnu priču. Ja sam ipak na medicinskom fakultetu u Tuzli, ali ništa vas ne sprečava da radite ako želite, čak i ovaj online put i sve, iako smo željeli da sve bude uživo. Prebacili smo online formu i nadam se da ćemo se svidjeti i opet smo prekoračili sve te barijere o kojima konstantno pričamo. Šta nudimo i kako je sve počelo? Lijep je počela već prije 2,5 godine priča da djeluje i da se pokušava realizovati. Sve je krenulo iz jedne prije svega društveno korisne ideje da pomognete ljudima oko sebe i da zaista barem jednim dijelom ispunite onaj poziv za koji se školujete i čega se želite sutra zvati i koje zvanje ispred svog imena želite pisati. Kada sam u oktobru 2018. godine dobio prvi podatke iz Zavoda za zdravstvo Tuzlanskog kantona, tada sam imao priliku vidjeti koliko smo u lošoj situaciji, a u biti dobroj situaciji, jer tada smo unazad 3 godine imali 1500 novih prijavljenih pacijenata oboljelih od depresije i drugih mentalnih poremećaja. Tada shvatite da sve ono što ste do tada gledali, živjeli, kada ste gledali na svoje društvo, ima jednu suštinu i smisao, međutim šta je sa svim onim ljudima koji nemaju hrabrosti, ne mogu, ne znaju i prije svega nemaju koga da im kažu iđi tu i tu, obrati se tom i tom, pomozi se. Tako smo se prijavili na Internacionalnom budućem univerzitetu, a tada najveće takmičenje za srednjoškolce, Start Me Up High School Competition. Došli smo i više od 45 ideja, preko 100 učesnika, uspjeli smo da pobjedimo sa našom jedinstvenom idejom. I tada smo započeli kroz, da kažem, taj biznis sektor, mi smo uspjeli da ostvarimo jednu društvenu korisnu ideju i da pokažemo šta možemo omogućiti. Ono što mi pružamo jeste da po prvi puta u Bosni i Hercegovini imate aplikaciju na kojoj se besplatno prijavite, gdje imate priliku da se edukujete, čitate, istražujete i da krunišete svo to znanje koje dobijete putem aplikacije, razgovorom sa psihologom ili psihijatrom, zato zavisno ko psihoterapeuta ima na raspolaganju. To je prva forma ovakve aplikacije, ne samo u Bosni i Hercegovini, nego na cijelom svijetu. I ono što je važno jeste da sve se to pruža provjereno, sigurno i profesionalno. Koliko to ljudima znači, govori podatak da smo samo prvih mjesec dana rada aplikacije, 3. decembra prošle godine do 3. januara ove godine, uspjeli ostvariti broj korisnika koji su se skinuli aplikaciju, prijavili i počeli da istražuju preko 2500 istih. S druge strane, koji je možda i važniji podatak, jeste da je skoro četvrtinu broja od tog kojeg mi pričamo bilo prijavljeni korisnika koji su poslali svoj zahtjev ekspertima, većina njih je i razgovarala sa istim. Tada vidite da ovaj slajd koji ste imali pročitate dok ovo pričam, zaista ima smisla, jedna ideja za koja je započela već prije 2,5 godine, ima smisla i može da funkcioniše. Ono što prethodi svakom, da kažem, projektu, ali prije svega nečemu što se dešava i pokušava realizovati u sklopu zdravstvenog sistema, potrebno su brojna istraživanja. Neka od njih, i da kažem, najvažnija i želim koje ja čisto ističem, jesu ova tri analize, gdje smo kroz konstantan naš rad, ali i početak pratili brojke, šta se dešavalo, kako su nam ljudi umirali, kako su nam se rađali, a isto vrijeme kako su nam ljudi razbolijevali i kako su opet ozdravljali. Imamo prvu analizu od unazad 3 godine, 2016, 17, 18, gdje smo imali 1500 novih prijavljenih. Nakon toga u 2019. godini, samo u jednoj godini imamo brojku skoro 900 prijavljenih pacijenata, što je više od polovine onoga što je bilo u 3 godine. Tu je dobra stavka, možemo reći da je povećan broj ljudi koji se prijavljaju, međutim u tom slučaju moramo uzeti u obzir sve one ljude, ali i podatak da iz dana u dan Bosna i Hercegovina ima sve manji broj ljudi, sve manji broj stanovništva, a broj oboljelih i prijavljenih se povećava, što znači da smo konstantnom zaostatku kada je u pitanju mentalno zdravlje, pružanje zdravstvene usluge i ono što je najopasnije jeste stigma koja djeluje u našem društvu. Također što je sprovođeno i što ljudima nekako najčešće biva jesu ankete po društvenim mrežama. Tinejdžeri i adolescenti najugroženiji zaista i kroz razgovore možemo vidjeti, ali i kroz ovakve sesije, kroz ovakve projekte kao što smo ovdje danas gdje smo se skupili, zaista izlazimo iz kutije, pokušavamo razmišljati malo dalje od onoga što vidimo do svog nosa, što bi u našem narodu rekli, i zaista ovo jesu dobre analize i postreh da se radi i dalje. Kao što sam rekao, funkcionalnost aplikacije dostupno je besplatno za područje Bosne i Hercegovine. Trenutno smo u razgovoru sa vlasti da to potpunimo u potpunosti, da bude na prostoru kompletne Bosne i Hercegovine, da pojačamo kapacitete, povećamo broj doktora i svih onih koji će biti na usluzi, koji će olakšati. Put i proces je zaista dug, međutim ono što nudimo i što je krajnji cilj zaista ima smisao i ne možemo mjeriti uopšte sa onime što pričamo o nekom svijetu monetizacije i druge strane kada govorimo danas. U procesu ne možete ništa ako nemate tim ljudi koji jeste volja, želja i nastojanje da se ostvari nešto, a prije svega da se Bosna i Hercegovina napravi zemlja po kojoj konstantno težimo i da pokažemo da imamo prelijepu zemlju i da ćemo državu pretvoriti u jednako lijepu poput zemlje i da će voditi pravi ljudi. Mnogo je bilo radnika, zdravstvenih, IT stručnjaka, sve smo uspjeli uklopiti. Izrada proces zaista dugo traje, međutim, da nije bilo onih saradnja sa početka, da nije bilo divnih ljudi poput vas, zaista ovo ne bi bilo moguće realizovati, ali ono što nosi budućnost vidjet ćemo, ali što je važno, da Bosna i Hercegovina konstantno iznjedrava nove mlade i potencijal koji pokazuje da iz dana u dan može mnogo toga ostvariti, a prikaz toga jeste Tuzla Brain Week, 100 mladih u organizacionom odboru i svi oni koji se dodatno uključuju. Naravno, tu je bilo i zakonskih obaveza gdje je bilo potrebno uspostaviti razne saradnje, profesionalne ugovore kao i stvaranje pravnog lica gdje vi kao dozvoljeno lice od strane države možete se prijavljivati na razne grantove, da radite sa vlastima i sl. Koraci, novac kao i svemu jeste potreba, međutim ovaj sled sam više stavio iz razloga što kada pričamo o biomedicinskom inženjeringu i nečemu novom inovacijama, ljudi svi hvataju za tu stavku novca. Ne, novac jeste ključan i možda najpotrebniji u svemu ovome, ali važno je gledati kome nudimo i šta nudimo i kolika je potreba toga i ljudi sa kojima radite uvijek će vam dati motivaciju, razlog više da učinite kada više nemate snage. To je biti to, da ne dužim, prvi na svijetu, s ponosom mogu to reći, zadovoljstvo je definitivno još veće i ono što nosimo u budućnosti, nadam se da će biti i vama na ponos i na sreću. Za sva daljna pitanja, za sve što vas muči i što mislite da možemo zajedno napraviti, zaista stojim na raspolaganju. A vama hvala što ste mogli sve ovo poslušati. Nadam se da će barem neko od vas ili nekome pomoći, preporučiti i da će pa aplikacija spasiti još neki život. Ja kažem da jedan život koji je spašen, a bilo ih i više, kada se moja prijateljica za koju sam mislio da sasvim uredan život živi, koja se javila i kada mi ispričala kompletnu priču, kada je počela da ide u centar za mentalno zdravlje, tada sam vidio vrijednost svega ovoga, pa vidite i vi u svemu ovome, a ja ću vam na tome biti beskrajno zahvalan. Hvala. Amsal. Izgleda da smo izgubili moderatora.
Mogu li ja da preuzmem ulogu? Evo ja ovako, Kenane, dok čekamo da se Amsal uključi, ja prvo svima vama da kažem, kad sam pričala o onim ljudima, prvo hvala Kenane na svemu ovome što si podijelio sa nama. Meni je čast i zadovoljstvo da već po nekoliko puta sam čula ovu tvoju priču i svaki put se iznova sa njom ponosim kao da je prvi put čujem. Upravo kad sam pričala o onima koji mene inspirišu i motivišu, definitivno si jedan od rijetkih koji su u toj grupi posebnoj i ti i tvoj tim. I evo sad želim da kratko podijelim sa prisutnima, umjesto da ti postavim pitanje, jer nemam te šta pitat, pošto su nam why isti i moj i tvoj, a to je upravo ono što sam pričala o pomjeranju granica i uticaju na cijelo čovječanstvo, što si ti evo sa ovim nekim malim koracima pokazao da može i u Bosni i Hercegovini sad sa svojih 20 godina i cijeli tvoj tim, a kamoli za nekih 10 ili 20 godina, znači to su neke ogromne stvari koje ja očekujem od tebe da znaš. Dakle, kako smo se upoznali Kenan i ja je bilo da sam ja držala ovako jedan motivacioni govor na Burču i sad zahuktala se rasprava neka i to i Kenan je podigao ruku i rekao je ja mislim da vi niste u pravu. Ja onako gledam kako je on to rekao, tako sam ja bila, to je taj. Jer jako je važno i taj stav tvoj sam obožavala od kad sam te srela, taj da si stood up for your rights, attitude, guard, kako ja govorim i tako. Tako da to je bilo nešto posebno i tu sam se jako svađala nešto s njim, mislim, argumentovala ja, argumentovao on, ali nije meni svejedno, ali moram ja ostati u ulozi, motivacionog govornika i tako to, ali je bilo nekome challenge, znaš, neko ko je mlađi od mene, ne znam, 10-15 godina i tako to, ali neka nova Tatjana, samo u muškom obliku. I izlazi dolazim ja na kraju i kažem ja profesorima tvojim, ovaj mali ako ne pobjedi, glavu mi sjecite. I znači došlo je meni tipa sutradan ili tako nešto obavještenje, kako si znala, pa kako neću znati. Tako da Kenane, kao što si tad istupio i rekao je, znate Tatjana, u tome niste u pravu, u ovom jeste, i argumentovao lijepo sve i čak i moje mišljenje promijenio na temu roditeljstva i nekih stvari o kojima smo tada razgovarali, tako isto sada radiš sa DIEP-om i to je zaista jedan ogroman ponos Bosne i Hercegovine i mnogo šire, evo znači do Australije je došlo i Edi često priča o tebi i tvom timu, tako da moja je samo konstatacija, dakle samo tako nastavite i evo, znači sve što bude mogla ja ovako kao individua ili kao industrija ili kako god tu sam i nastavite da budete motivacija, inspiracija nama kojima nekad nestane snage i onda vidim tebe i tvoj tim i onda odmah idem dalje. Tako da, eto, toliko od mene.
Hvala ti puno, Tatjana, na svim ovim riječima. Vjerujem koliko meni ovi riječi znači da će i nekome drugom biti motivacija da nastavi raditi, jer zaista sve dok ima ljudi poput tebe, vjerujem da će nam svima mnogo biti lakše, da ćemo ostvariti sve ono čemu težimo. Hvala ti puno.
Evo, Sanja, volite podigla ruku, pa izvolite Sanja, uzmite mikrofon.
Pozdrav svima, pozdrav Kenane. Ja bih imala jedan komentar za tebe. S obzirom da živimo u nekom dobu te tehnologije u koju se ja nažalost ne razumijem toliko dobro, uočavam u svojoj zajednici da je pravi luksuz lijepo se osjećati se lijepo za sebe u sebi. Tako da hvala tebi i timu što idete nekako korak s vremenom i tražite neke nove izvore, nove motivacije kako da održite zapravo nas u tom nekom ugodnom i dobrom okruženju, a opet u nekom digitalnom dobu. Hvala ti na tome, zadovoljstvo mi je što te poznajem i želim vam sav uspjeh u nekom daljem radu i pozdrav za ostale učesnike još jednom.
Hvala Sanja zaista na ovako lijepim riječima. Mnogo sve ovo znači kada vidite da ljudi sa kojima radite i sa kojima živite zaista podržavaju sve ono što imaju priliku i koristiti i zbog toga presretan sam i zaista što ja volim reći ovakve riječi ovu podržava čovjeka i daje ga da gura dalje i da ostvari sve ono što nekada misli da nije moguće. Hvala ti puno, a ja ću vjerujem ostati ovdje i boriti se za ovu državu, za ove ljude i nadam se da će nam sutra barem za 1% biti bolje nego danas. Hvala ti.
Hvala tebi, Kenane. Ja bih sam dodao da je lijepo, mislim nismo mi puno stariji od vas, ali lijepo je vidjeti juniore koji se trude i koji žele u stvar da napravi promjenu u ovoj zemlji. Iako išta da se iz ovog sve i za učesnike izraste neko prijateljsko takmičarstvo, da tako kažem, da vi mlađi, kao što je i Tatjana rekla, budete uzor nama starijim, da se još više potrudimo i da omogućimo ne samo vama, nego i generacijama iza vas da imate mogućnosti da radite ovo što upravo ti i tvoj tim radite, jer znamo i sami koliki je problem upravo ova aplikacija koju pokušavate da riješite i nije to neko kratkoročno rješenje, treba će se raditi dugo na tome i zato i kaže neko prijateljstvo takmičarstvo, a nadam se i neka prijateljska, da kažem, partnerstva gdje će se pridružiti još ljudi, kolega, osoba koji će zajedno raditi na ovom problemu, pa da se taj problem riješi i da se onda radi na nekim drugim koji su prevalentni u ovoj zemlji našoj. Hvala ti još jednom, hvala što si došao, što si izdvojio vrijeme.
Hvala tebi, ja sam bilo čast.
So, the next up, I'd like to introduce two other participants who are going to have a theme or the topic of respiratory biophysics. And the theme will be held by Ismail Brkic and Salsabil Hasanbash. Excuse me if I mispronounce it, feel free to correct me. Ismail is a high school student, strong passion and knowledge of mathematics and physics. He is also a winner and participant of many local and regional competitions for high school students, who is just about to start his student life at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering. On the other side, we have Salsabil, a first-year student of medicine with strong passion for anatomy and medicine in general, who dreams about becoming a physician and helping people by curing them and saving their lives. We are really impatient to see how will they combine their different knowledges and experiences into one interesting and multidisciplinary lecture.
Hvala vam se, ali ja bih za početak samo da podijelim svoju prezentaciju. Izuzetno zadovoljstvo danas da imam priliku samo da podijelim svoj entuzijazam koji gajim prema prirodnim naukama, prvenstveno prema fizici. Današnja tema o kojoj govorimo jeste biofizika disanja i principi mehaničke ventilacije. Meni je drago da smo do sada vidjeli u stvari važnost multidisciplinarnosti u polju biomedicinskog inženjeringa. Nama danas nije cilj toliko da pričamo o tehničkim stvarima, već da baš vidimo kako Salsabil kao studentica medicine, ja kao osoba koja se najviše se bavi fizikom, može da doprinese ovom polju. Također želim da vidim u stvari ljepotu analogije između biomedicinskog inženjeringa i prirodnih znanosti, u stvari kako se to sve uklapa u jednu lijepu cjelinu, te na kraju da u stvari pogledamo koji su osnovni principi mehaničke ventilacije. Za početak počet ćemo sa jednim ogledom iz fizike. Često ljudska intuicija zna da pogriješi. Na ovaj način sad ćemo vidjeti zašto je bitno da kod sebe gradimo taj naučni metod razmišljanja. Ovdje jedan snimak, dakle, jedan ogled. U stvari imamo dva balona. U jednom balonu imamo više zapremine nekog gasa, odnosno zraka. U drugom balonu imamo manje zapremine tog istog zraka. Pitanje za vas ovom prilikom jeste šta će se desiti kada povežemo ova dva balona? Da li će, dakle, veći balon do kraja da se izduva, da li će manji balon da se izduva ili će negdje biti otprilike sredine? Daću vam par sekundi samo da odgovor na to pitanje da razmislite. Dakle, dva balona. U jednom imamo više zraka, u drugom imamo manje zraka. Pitanje je šta se dešava kada pustimo ventil, dakle, da propušta zrak. Vjerovatno vaša intuicija nije očekivala da će u stvari manji balon do kraja da izduva, a dok će veći balon, dakle, da poprimi veću zapreminu. To je ono što naša intuicija očekuje. Međutim, mi treba da vidimo kao naučnici, razvijajući taj naučni metod razmišljanja, zašto se to dešava. Ovdje imamo definiciju pritiska, međutim, nećemo se sad hvatati u koštac s nekim matematičkim formalizmom. Ja volim da napravim ovdje analogiju sa životom, pa da kažem, u životu ako imate više sile koja djeluje na vas, nekad nije moguće da tu silu smanjite, nego je moguće da povećate jednostavno vašu površinu, odnosno povećate vašu otpornost, da na taj način smanjite pritisak koji na vas djeluje. Zašto uopće ovom pričamo kada treba da govorimo o biofizici disanja? Pa naime, zrak koji uđe u naša pluća, on zahvaljujući Brownovskom kretanju i sudarima, dakle molekula zraka sa tkivom naših pluća, vrši pritisak na pluća. Malo prije vidjeli smo one balone. Možemo zaključiti u stvari da balon koji ima veću zapreminu, on posjeduje manji pritisak, a balon koji ima manju zapreminu, on ima veći pritisak. Kao fizičari treba da zaključimo iz toga da u stvari fluid, odnosno gas, će da se kreće iz područja većeg pritiska u područje manjeg pritiska. Vidjet ćemo poslije zašto su stvari ovi svi zaključici bitni kada budemo govorili o samoj biofizici disanja. Sada bih zamolio Salsabil da nas upozna ukratko zašto je u stvari naše disanje bitno, te da nas upozna sa temeljima anatomije koji su neophodni kako bismo pričali o biofizici disanja.
Hvala kolegi Ismailu. Dakle, ja dalje nastavljam sa ovom tematikom. Pa kao što na slici možete vidjeti, prikazana je jedna jednačina, vjerujem nama svima je poznata, jednačina oksidacije glukoze, odnosno sam proces ćelijskog disanja. Sam proces ćelijskog disanja je proces koji se odvija onako postepeno, bez oštećenja nekih ćelijskih struktura i rezultat tog procesa jeste upravo pretvaranje energije koja je zastupljena u molekulama glukoze u upotrebljivu hemijsku energiju u obliku adenozin trifosfata, odnosno ATP-a, koja je izuzetno bitna za funkcionisanje našeg organizma. Tu toplotnu energiju u organizmu stvara bazalni metabolizam, uticaj tiroksina, uticaj adrenalina, kao i uticaj same temperature na ćelije. I postavlja nam se pitanje kako se zapravo organizam oslobađa viška te toplote, odnosno toplotne energije stvorene metaboličkim procesom, pa oslobađa se na više načina. Dakle, prije svega radijacijom, nekih 54%, zatim kondukcijom i konvekcijom 25% i naravno respiracijom nekih 14%. Jedna zanimljivost da zdrava mlada osoba stvara otprilike 40 kalorija toplotne energije na sat po kvadratnom metru površine tijela i kada ne bi gubila tu toplotnu energiju, ova količina toplote bi za 1 sat povisila tjelesnu temperaturu za 1 stepen Celzijusa. Također imamo podatke da jetra stvara otprilike nekih 20 do 30% tjelesne toplote bazalnim metabolizmom, mozak nekih 15% i tijelo dobiva nekih 25% tjelesne toplote mišićnom aktivnošću. Mi da bismo uopće govorili o biofizici disanja, nama je neophodno i određeno znanje iz anatomije. Ja ću ukratko pokušati da govorim o nekim dijelovima. Prvo počet ću sa glavnim organom respiratornog trakta, a tu su pluća. Pluća dakle predstavljaju veliki parenhimatozni organ smješten u torakalnoj šupljini. Već svi znamo da postoje 2 plućna krila, pulmo dexter et sinister, odnosno desno i lijevo plućno krilo. Ta torakalna šupljina je jednom pregradom podijeljena na 2 šupljine i u svakoj od njih nalazi se jedna serozna opna pleura koja prekriva unutrašnjost tih šupljina, a znamo dakle da polazi sa mediastinuma na plućni korijen i da obavija se svaku pluće. Zahvaljujući toj pleuri naša površina pluća je glatka i sjajna. Osim toga, mi kada na lešini otvorimo toraks, primijetit ćemo da se pluća stegnu. Zašto? Pa zrak naime prodre u pleuralnu šupljinu i dolazi do izjednačavanja pritiska u pleuralnoj šupljini i pritiska koji zrak tišti kroz traheju unutrašnju površinu pluća. Naime, sada dolazi do izražaja sam elasticitet pluća, odnosno ona se potpuno stegnu, stisnu se i istisnu zrak iz sebe. I to možemo definisati kao posljednji uzdah čovjeka. Kao što imamo 2 plućna krila, isto tako imamo i 2 pleure. Ovisno se od toga što pleura prekriva, što prekrivaju, dijelimo ih na pleuru pulmonalis i pleuru parietalis. Dijafragma, širok sprošteni tanak mišić koji odjeljuje grudnu šupljinu od trbušne, također glavni inspiratorni mišić. Kada se ona kontrahira, njen konveksitet se smanji, a poveća se torakalna šupljina u uzdužnom pravcu. Traheja predstavlja dio respiratorne cijevi koja se nalazi između donjeg gruba prstenaste hrskavice i mjesta gdje započinju bronhi. Alveole. Kao što na slici možemo vidjeti, alveole imaju oblik malih mjehurića i nalazimo ih na zidu bronholi respiratori. One su funkcionalno najvažniji dio pluća, jer se u njima vrši ona razmjena plinova, odnosno gasova i promjer pojedine alveole iznosi otprilike 1/3 milimetra, odnosno 130 metara kubnih. Sad ću da govorim o gibanju pluća. Pa prije svega bitno je spomenuti da se pluća ne gibaju aktivno nego pasivno, a da pri inspiraciji, dakle, znamo da se dijafragma i stijenka grudnog koša nastoji udaljiti od pluća, te prilikom obične inspiracije djeluju još osim dijafragmi musculus intercostales externi, a prilikom forsirane inspiracije djeluju osim spomenutih mišića još i muskulatura ramenog obruča, takozvana pomoćna respiratorna muskulatura. i mišići koji ispravljaju trub. Pri ekspiraciji, dakle, onaj grudni koš nastoji da se vrati u prvobitni položaj, a pluća uslijed one svoje elastičnosti, rekli smo da se stegnu i zrak izlazi iz njih. Prilikom obične ekspiracije djeluje samo težina grudnog koša te elasticitet pluća i rebarne hrskavice, a prilikom forsiranja djeluje još i musculus intercossalis interni i trbušni mišići. Sada će nam kolega Ismail nešto opširnije govoriti o inspiraciji i ekspiraciji.
Sad se bi nas uvela, dakle, u fiziološki proces, osnovne anatomije koje su nam potrebne. Međutim, sad šta ta fiziologija ima za posljedicu? Dakle, tokom inspiracije, tokom udisanja, dakle, dešava se kontrakcija dijafragme i kontrakcija interkostalnih mišića. Kao posljedica toga pluća se, dakle, sabijaju i njihova zapremina povećava. Kao posljedica tog povećavanja zapremine, vidjeli smo prethodno sa balonima da se u stvari pritisak u plućima smanjuje. Vidimo na slici da pritisak pluća onda bude za 1 mm žive u prosjeku ispod pritiska atmosferskog pri standardnim uslovima, naravno. I zbog toga pritisak će, kao što smo rekli prethodno, da ide sa područja gdje je pritisak veći, dakle fluid će da ide sa područja gdje je pritisak veći u područje manjeg pritiska. Kao posljedica toga, dakle, imamo kretanje zraka iz atmosfere u pluća. Nasuprot tome, ekspiracija, izdisanje, dijafragma, interkostalni mišići se opuštaju, smanjuje se, dakle, zapremina pluća, povećava se pritisak unutar pluća za 1 otprilike milimetar žive u odnosu na atmosferu pri standardnim uslovima. Kao posljedica toga, zrak kreće se, dakle, iz područja višeg pritiska i na taj način se bacuje karbon dioksid iz čovjekovih pluća, iz čovjekovog organizma. Sada ćemo da pogledamo jedan jednostavan matematički model disanja koji sam razvio kako bismo mogli da razumijemo u stvari kako to funkcioniše mehanička ventilacija. Jednačina disanja. Postavljamo sebi pitanje kako se to zapremina alveole mijenja tokom vremena. Mi ćemo da postavimo tu neke prirodne konstante, ono što nam priroda daje, a to je otpornost dišnih puteva, otpornost bronhija, zbog kojih ne može sav zrak da dođe do pluća, krećući se, dakle, zvana, i compliance, odnosno istezljivost alveola. Koliko to jedna alveola može da u sebe primi vazduha kako ne bi došlo, dakle, do određene vrste traume. Neću vas previše zamarati opet sa matematičkim formalizmom. Ovdje sam iskoristio definicije istezljivosti, definicije zapremničkog protoka, definicije te otpornosti unutar pluća i nas će u stvari da zanima samo ova posljednja jednačina. Kada je pogledamo, vidimo da je tu u stvari veza između vanjskog pritiska, odnosno atmosferskog pritiska, između intertorakalnog pritiska, dakle pritiska unutar čovjekovih pluća i povezuje, dakle, sa zapreminom jedne alveole. Sa zapreminom i promjenom, dakle, zapremine jedne alveole. Ono što je zanimljivo sad, diferenciranjem, odnosno gledanjem kako se ova funkcija mijenja tokom vremena, rješavanjem, dakle, ove jednačine, mi dobivamo u stvari funkciju promjene zapremine jedne alveole. Ono što je zanimljivo, posebno ako ovdje ima studenta elektrotehnike, nekoga koji se bavi više strujnim kolima, ono što je zanimljivo jeste da je ova jednačina potpuno ista kao jednačina pražnjenja kondenzatora unutar strujnog kola. Dakle, kada povežemo kondenzator, koji u stvari, u kojem se nalazi neka nakrcanja, sa otpornikom, tada će iz kondenzatora teče struja i onda će imati u stvari oslobađanje tog napona sa strane kondenzatora. Dakle, ovdje je zanimljiva ta matematička analogija. Dakle, potpuno su isti ako pogledamo jednačine pražnjenja ovog kondenzatora i jednačina koja nam govori o tome kako se zapremina alveola mijenja. Pogledat ćemo kako u stvari ova promjena ovisi o konstantama otpornosti bronhija i elastičnosti bronhija. Ako bismo, na primjer, povećali otpor dišnog puta, onda bi se alveole sporije punile, zato što imamo minus u eksponentu. Dakle, onda bi se sporije punile. Zašto uopšte smo pričali o jednačinama? Zašto nas one zanimaju kada želimo da pričamo o ventilatorima, koji su aktualna danas tema zbog COVID bolesti koja se pojavila? Vratit ćemo se, dakle, na prethodnu jednačinu i možemo da vidimo, ako hoćemo da brže punimo alveole, dakle, ako hoćemo brže da mijenjamo u zapreminu alveola, mi možemo učiniti dvije stvari. Možemo da povećavamo intertorakalni pritisak ili da smanjujemo atmosferski pritisak, odnosno pritisak koji se nalazi van pacijenta. Na osnovu toga imamo dvije vrste mehaničkih ventilatora koji se najčešće koristi. To je pozitivna ventilacija i negativna ventilacija. Pozitivna ventilacija jest ako dovodimo količinu zraka unutar pluća pacijenta. Dakle, koristimo određene cijevi i dovodimo zrak do pluća pacijenta, time povećavamo pritisak unutar pacijentovih pluća. Ono što još možemo, ovdje je to bolje prikazano, možemo da postavimo pacijenta unutar jedne komore u kojoj smanjujemo pritisak u odnosu na pritisak atmosferski. Zbog toga će sila koja djeluje na pluć, dakle na grudni koš pacijenta biti manja i tako će pacijent u stvari da lakše diše. Na lijevoj slici prikazan taj pozitivni ventilator koji se danas najčešće koristi. On, dakle, kao što smo rekli, dovodi određenu količinu gasa do pacijentovih pluća za razliku od negativne ventilacije u kojoj je cilj smanjiti pritisak unutar komore i time olakšati pacijentu da lakše diše. Jedan jako jednostavan model pozitivnog ventilatora. Imamo tu neki izvor gasa povezan sa cjevčicom do balona koji je simbolično predstavlja pacijentova pluća. I imamo tu dvije šake koje predstavljaju kao neke ventile kojima kontrolišemo kad treba da počne inspiracija, kad treba da zaustavi inspiracija i kada da počne ekspiracija, odnosno izdisanje, kada izdisanje treba da završi. Vidimo tu mnoštvo varijacija, mnoštvo varijabli, odnosno promjenjivih koji treba da kontrolišemo. Tako da imamo nekih 5 varijabli koji mehanički ventilator treba da kontroliše. To je, pod 1, kako inspiracija, kad udisanje treba da počne, a kad udisanje treba da završi. Kada ekspiracija, kada izdisanje počinje, kada izdisanje treba da završi. Kako kontrolišemo u stvari tok inspiratornog i ekspiratornog gasa. Odnosno, ne možemo mi u jednom trenutku dovesti sav gas do pacijenta. Gas se kreće nekom određenom brzinom, nekim zapremskim protokom. Koliko zapremine trebamo da dovedemo? Ne možemo dovesti više gasa nego što je to zapremina pluća pacijenta. I sljedeće pitanje, koliki je to najmanji pritisak ispod kojeg ne smijemo ići? Vidjet ćemo poslije kod Selsebil, ona će vam objasniti zašto ne smijemo prekoračiti taj najniži pritisak. Zato što stvari dovodimo do neke traumatske ozlijeda alveola, a pričemu one kolapsiraju. Ono što je bitno ovdje da dodam samo, jeste da ove varijable određuje ili kliničar, odnosno onaj ko liječi pacijenta, ili ventilator sam od sebe. To ovisi od toga da li je pacijent aktivan ili je pasivan. Šta to znači? Ako je pacijent aktivan, on dakle svojom mišićnom aktivnošću senzorima daje do znanja da želi da udahne. Ako se on dakle napregne, potakne dakle mišiće na inspiraciju, senzori trebaju da očitaju stvar da on želi da unese neki gas u sebe i ventilator treba da dostavi tu zapremnu gasa. S druge strane, ako je pacijent pasivan, ne daje nikakve znakove, nema mišićne aktivnosti, onda kliničar treba da kaže, na primjer, inspiracija traje 2 sekunde, da ekspiracija onda neka traje 4 sekunde, na primjer, i slično. Dakle, to su osnovne neke varijable na kojima treba obratiti pažnju prilikom izgradnje ventilatora. Sada bih zamolio Selsebil da za kraj kaže nešto više o ovom najmanjem pritisku na kraju ekspiracije.
Tako je, dakle, ja ću sada govoriti nešto više o pozitivnom pritisku na kraju izdisanja, odnosno pipu, o njegovom značaju, njegovoj primjeni, kliničkoj upotrebi i tako dalje. Dakle, pozitivni pritisak na kraju izdisaja je pozitivni pritisak koji će ostati u dišnim putevima na kraju respiratornog ciklusa, odnosno na kraju izdisaja. Kod bolesnika s mehaničkom ventilacijom on je dosta veći od atmosferskog pritiska, te PIP možemo koristiti za povećanje oksigenacije. Prema Henrijevom zakonu koji kaže da topljivost plina u tekućini da je direktno proporcionalna pritisku tog plina iznad površine otopine, odnosi nam se na mehaničku, odnosno neinvazivnu ventilaciju. Jer ukoliko mi povećamo PIP, mi ćemo u isto vrijeme povećati pritisak u sistemu. Odnosno, ukoliko povećamo topljivost kisika, mi ćemo povećati njegovu sposobnost da pređe onu alveokapilarnu membranu i samim tim poveća sadržaj kisika u krvi. PIP također možemo koristiti za poboljšanje neusklađenosti ventilacije i perfuzije. Naime, primjenom pozitivnog pritiska unutar dišnih puteva mi možemo otvoriti dišne puteve koji se inače mogu urušiti i samim tim smanjujemo atelektazu, poboljšavamo alveolarnu ventilaciju i imamo smanjenu veku neusklađenost. Sama primjena vanjskog PIP-a, dakle, imaće izravan utjecaj na oksigenaciju, opet neizravan utjecaj na ventilaciju. Također, PIP značajno smanjuje rad disanja. To je posebno važno za ukočena pluća s niskim stepenom usklađenosti. Pa kod intubiranih bolesnika s niskim stepenom usklađenosti rad disanja može predstavljati važan dio njihove ukupne potrošnje, negdje do 30%. To opet povećava proizvodnju CO2 i laktata, samim tim predstavljajući neki vlastiti problem. Naime, smanjivanjem rada disanja smanjujemo i proizvodnju CO2 i laktata. Samim tim smanjujemo potrebu za minutnu ventilaciju kako bi ispravili hiperkapniju i acidozu, a time smanjujemo i respiratorni pol. Kad smo kod kliničke upotrebe vanjskog PIP-a, pa ona zahtjeva razumijevanje svih principa i ovisit će o mnogim faktorima. Prije svega uključuje vrstu ventilacije koju pacijent prima, da li je riječ dakle o nazalnoj povremenoj ventilaciji ili onoj invazivnoj mehaničkoj ventilaciji i naravno o načinu ventilacije. Ipak postoje neki osnovni principi koji se primjenjuju na sve načine ventilacije za PIP. Dakle, počinjemo sa niskim pritiskom i povećavamo ga kako se tolerira do udobnosti pacijenta i željene oksigenacije. Stalno provjeravamo pritisak na platou kako bismo spriječili barotraumu, slijedimo mapu dok biramo PIP prema gore ili dolje. Također, pri ekstubaciji pacijenta s kardiogenim plućnim edemom koji prima vanjski PIP, prije svega razmotrimo njegove učinke na VR, jer uklanjanje PIP-a može precipitirati novi plućni edem i ponovnu intubaciju. Eto, to bi bilo to što se tiče značaja primjene i kliničke upotrebe PIP-a. Ja ću završnu riječ predati kolegi Ismail.
Ali Salsabil, vama se zahvaljujemo na pažnji. Ako ima nekih pitanja, mi smo tu da odgovorimo. Hvala.
Are there any questions? If there are none, I would like to thank Ismail and Salsabil for the very interesting lecture. We are happy to have such ambitious youngsters like you two. The future is yours, and we wish you the best luck to accomplish your goals. Now we have a lecture by Lemana Spahic-Becerovic, a first-year PhD student of genetics and bioengineering at the International Birch University, who is engaged as a demonstrator on subjects relevant to the field of genetics and biomedical engineering, and a researcher on numerous projects. After completing her bachelor and master studies with a grade point average of 10, she decided to stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where she continued her doctoral studies and showed that in this country, with dedicated work and effort, significant results can be achieved. In addition to regular publication of scientific papers in scientific journals and conferences, Mana is also involved in the organization of international scientific gatherings in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Therefore, we have no doubt that we will be honored to learn and absorb information from this young scientist.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me. If somebody could just confirm that.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the very nice introduction. I will start with sharing my screen and then I will start with the presentation. Okay. Okay. So, as you have already said, my name is Lemana Spahic-Bečirović, and I'm a Master of Genetics and Bioengineering. I have finished all of my study cycles at International Birch University, and I'm currently a PhD student. So a topic that I will be discussing with you today is the use of artificial intelligence in medicine. So because the use of artificial intelligence in medicine is encompassed under medical and biological engineering, it is important for us to know what were the breakthroughs and when did medical and biological engineering start with its widespread use in practice. So it all started with the artificial kidney and the X-ray usage. So you can notice that using of artificial kidney, that is basically the first dialysis machine, is the use of engineering in medicine. So it all started even prior to 1950s, and it continued. As you can see from this slide, the exponential increase was observed in the 1980s when MRI and laser surgery came to the stand. And in present day, we have the usage of genomic sequencing and microarrays as genetics-based technologies and molecular diagnostic-based tools for diagnosis. And we have image-guided surgery. You can just imagine how much surgery was developed and the quality of surgery increased with this technique. Now, what is interesting for us is the usage of computers in biological engineering and medicine. So what is artificial intelligence? By definition, it is a use of computer to model intelligent behavior with minimal human intervention. What does this mean? This means that we only want to import our data and we want our computer to do everything on its own, from interpreting that data initially, from grouping it into subgroups to finally interpreting it and giving us the final result. So machines and computer programs are now capable of problem solving and learning basically like a human brain. The easiest way to explain this is through neural networks, about which you had, I think, the opportunity to hear about. So just a brief recapitulation, artificial neural networks use neurons and importing data, then they learn through mathematical functions, through different mathematical operations that we assign them inside the algorithm, and then they give us the final answer. So what is that? That is artificial intelligence. Another important aspect of artificial intelligence is natural language processing and translation. Additionally, we can do pattern recognition, visual perception, and, as I mentioned previously, decision making. So machine learning is one of the most exciting areas for development of computational approaches to automatically make sense of data. Why do we want to automatically make sense of data? If you have done experiments where you've had multiple iterations of the same experiment, or if you had a lot of observations within that experiment, you have noticed how difficult and challenging it is to interpret all of that data. If we have machine learning methodologies, appropriate algorithms, we can just import our data into that algorithms and basically make sense out of them and draw our conclusions. It is difficult enough to use the conclusions to make a discussion and to make sense of those conclusions. We don't want to waste our time on doing something that can be automated. What are the advantages of a machine? It can retain information, it becomes smarter over time. That's the part of learning like a human brain. So it remembers why is it supposed to use one methodology and why not the other. And a machine is not susceptible to everything we humans are susceptible to: sleep deprivations, distractions, information overload, and short-term memory loss. Again, if you have done experiments, you have noticed that your performance and your analytic capabilities deteriorate over time. If you have spent 10 days in investigating something, in trying to interpret your data, statistically analyze it, and etc., you will see that after the 4th day, you are no longer capable of working in the same capacity as you were in the previous 3 days. And it just deteriorates over time. Distractions. Also, when somebody calls you and tells you about something, even if it's just for a minute, you are totally distracted and you need time to get back into the topic and to think about the things that you were thinking about before. So machine learning solves all of these problems. So what are the steps of efficient application of machine learning? So it's not just, okay, I have machine learning and now I will use it all the time. No. First of all, you have to do your data manipulation statistical analysis. Even though this seems like an easy step, straightforward and everything, believe me, it's not. What do I mean when I say data manipulation? By no means do I think you should adjust your data in order to prove your hypothesis. So if your hypothesis, for example, is that there are more male flies than female flies, and your experimental design and everything shows that there are more female flies than male flies, by no means should you adjust your data in order to say, okay, my hypothesis was right. No, disputing a hypothesis is also good. So by data manipulation, I mean making your data suitable for the appropriate machine learning algorithm. So if we have data for which we want to use, for example, neural networks, we need to take into account that all of our numbers are formatted correctly, that those are variables that make sense to be used in pattern recognition. So if we are examining patterns of white flowers in the nature, we won't be using what are the patterns. We won't be using any variables that are related to, let's say, purple flowers. So that's what I mean by data manipulation. Why do we do statistical analysis? We do statistical analysis in order to determine which of that data is most important for us. Once again, why do we do that? In order not to overload the algorithm. We want to use only the variables that are important to us. How do we determine which variables are important to us? Basically, we can use principal component analysis or some statistical method similar to that one in order to extract the most relevant components. We can do experimentation with incorporating the variables which were not designated as significant in statistical analysis, but we have the gist of everything when we do the analysis. So after we have done the data manipulation, we know what we want to achieve. Here are just some examples: classification, regression, clustering, or prediction. So depending on what do we want to achieve, we accordingly adjust our data. And then after we have adjusted our data, we determine the most efficient algorithm. Each of these algorithms, linear models, k-nearest neighbors, random forests, neural networks, or expert systems, they all have a particular subset of problems and assignments in which they are most efficient in solving. So when we have done all of this, we have applied all of the steps of good machine learning. Now, what are the fields in which machine learning has proven as effective? First of all, it's cancer research, then imaging-based automated tissue classification, then tissue classification based on pathological changes detected on the slide, disease prediction, so various diseases, disease progression prediction, and medical device performance assessment. So just briefly about each. In cancer research, it is important to note the targets which need to be targeted by various pharmacological substances in order to defeat cancer. So that's one way in which artificial intelligence is used in cancer research. Imaging-based automated tissue classification. Okay, if you have watched any slide under the microscope, you know how difficult that is. You know how tired you get, you know how lengthy process that is.
When somebody is a pathologist, he is required to have the same precision, the same capability of recognizing and differentiating between diseased and healthy tissues at 8 o'clock in the evening as he or she had in 7 o'clock in the morning. So using machine learning would and is currently just eliminating the possibility of human error. Then that's also tissue classification based on pathological changes. Imaging, I'm now talking only in perspective of medicine. Imaging-based automated tissue classification can also be used in plants and etc. Disease prediction. We can predict whether a disease will occur or not based on different variables, based on, for example, using physiological parameters such as blood pressure, differential blood picture, and other things. And we can use also genetics. We can use different mutations and incorporate their occurrency and use a machine learning algorithm in order to determine are those mutations, are those combinations of mutations disease causing. Disease progression prediction based on the parameters. Again, we can use the same parameters as I mentioned previously. We can predict whether the disease will progress into the next stage or not. The last but not least important thing is medical device performance assessment. Why this? Medical devices, like all other electronic devices, are susceptible to performance deterioration and to malfunction. If we can assess their performance and determine when do they need preventive maintenance, we can decrease the downtime, we can increase their efficacy, and we can totally eliminate the risk to people and to doctors. So basically, this is how a neural network works. The most prominently used machine learning algorithm. It uses the capabilities of a biological neuron and translate and uses all of those features in a mathematical manner. So the data is taken in neuron inputs, then those inputs are all manipulations of those inputs and mathematical operations are done in the, let's say, soma of the neuron, and then finally we have the output. So the cancer is the epidemic of our time. If we eliminate COVID-19, because all other diseases became irrelevant since this pandemic, cancer is the epidemic of our time. It is evident that cancer is taking more and more lives each day. That can be due to industrial influences such as polluted environment and other things, but it can also be due to spontaneous mutations that occur in the human body. The Cancer Moonshot project was established on January 2016, and the aim was to deliver a decade's worth of advances in cancer prevention, diagnostics, and treatment in 5 years with this initiative. So basically, we should expect the results this year, but we will see will we have any results up to this point. So how is artificial intelligence used for Cancer Moonshot? It is used in terms of big data and precision oncology. Big data is used to discover cancer genetic signatures. Then they use automated image classification to automate pathology for finding cancer biomarkers, so to find the hallmarks of cancer in terms of pathology, and then to predict cancer's protein formations. As the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, said, big data and computing power together provide a possibility of significant insight into how genomics, family medical history, lifestyles, genetic changes can trigger cancer and how the cancers can be treated. So now I will just briefly go through some research that my colleagues and myself did in the previous years. So in terms of cancer research, we have made an artificial neural network
that was proven to be capable of classifying prostate tissue into cancerous or non-cancerous based on prostate-specific antigen levels and mitochondrial DNA copy number. This paper won the Best Student Paper Award at Conference on Medical and Biological Engineering in 2019. So there is a conference also this year, so I hereby invite all of you to come and to join us in sharing the research. So this is one example of how neural networks can be used for cancer research. Then another study was comparative study on different classification techniques for ovarian cancer detection. As I mentioned previously, key nearest neighbors, random forests, regression algorithms, and neural networks, expert systems, all of these systems were evaluated in this paper to see how do they work for detecting ovarian cancer. So they all had varying accuracies, etc. And we have determined which technique was the most suitable one, but for the data set that we had for ovarian cancer, all of the techniques performed with, let's say, significant strength in terms of all evaluation parameters. So where else is deep learning impacting healthcare? It's accelerating targeted drug development. So there are models that determine how drugs should be administered and what are their targets. But those are enormous sets of data that need to be interpreted effectively. Using deep learning enables that. Then predicting diseases from medical records, what I mentioned previously, reducing cancer diagnostics error rate, that's by using imaging techniques, and teaching computers to recognize cancer. That is using imaging techniques in conjunction with some machine learning, some more advanced machine learning algorithms such as neural networks, expert systems, or some other. So why do we care about chronic illnesses? Because long-term chronic disease is one of the biggest challenges health systems globally will face during the 21st century. Why is this? Because if a person is constantly having some acute state, it will turn out to a chronic disease mostly. And why does this pose a challenge to health systems? Because they become overwhelmed. As health systems have become overwhelmed with cardiovascular diseases, they can become overwhelmed with other chronic illnesses. Using medical records to predict whether a certain chronic illness will take place in a particular individual automatically decreases the impact on the healthcare system of the disease of that individual. So how did we use machine learning for disease prediction? A paper published in scientific reports by colleagues, by Professor Almir Badnjević, Professor Leila Gurbet, and Professor Edi Čustović. So this is not my paper, but a paper published by renowned scientists from Bosnia and Herzegovina, an expert diagnostic system to automatically identify asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in clinical setting. If you read through this paper, you will see a thorough insight in how COPD and asthma can be automatically identified and differentiated between. Why is this important? In order to give proper treatment and to decrease the possibility of those diseases advancing and endangering human lives. Another paper is lactose intolerance prediction using artificial neural networks. How did we do this? We had data regarding the genotypes for the two loci that are found to be most correlated to lactose intolerance. We use those loci in conjunction with phenotypic data, such as do people have bloating after eating dairy products? Do they experience difficulties, other gastrointestinal difficulties, etc.? And we saw that this neural network could effectively predict whether the person is lactose tolerant or lactose intolerant. And finally, for medical device performance prediction, An expert system for performance prediction of anesthesia machines was made based on the inspection parameters that are used for evaluating anesthesia machines, and it has performed with significant strength. So the key moment in all of the expert systems, neural networks, etc., is constantly feeding them with new data, because feeding them with new data makes them learn more and makes them more efficient in predicting the outcomes. Then prediction of infant incubators performance using machine learning techniques, and performance prediction by using other machine learning techniques for infant incubators. So in the right side paper, expert system was used, performed with significant strength. In the middle paper, other machine learning algorithms such as support vector machines, k-nearest neighbors, random forests were all evaluated to see how do they perform with infant incubators. So deep learning hardware and algorithms, along with increasing amounts of data, are the foundation for the fourth industrial revolution. So the fourth industrial revolution is a term used to describe everything that's happening around us today. The transfer of doing everything manually or partially manually to doing it using computers, using huge processing powers, big data, etc. So professors Almir Badnjević and Leila Gurbeta-Pokić and myself have contributed to this book, Implementation of Industry 4.0 in Transformation of Medical Device Maintenance Systems. And we wrote about maintenance of different devices and different medical features. So that would be it from me today. Thank you for your attention. I tried to keep it as brief as possible. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them. I suppose that this would mean that there are no questions. Then I would just like to thank you for your attention. And I hope to see you next week on Tuzla Brain Week.
Thank you, Lemana. We wish you a lot of success in the future, and please continue your work.
Thank you.
What we have next is a workshop called EEG and ECG signal processing in MATLAB, prepared by 4 members of the team for biomedical engineering: Amila Buljina, Jasmina Junuzovic, Zarina Mujcinovic, and Željana Obradovic. They will show you how we can manipulate and analyze the EEG and ECG signals in MATLAB.
Hvala vam, Sale. Sada ću samo da podijelim screen. Da li se vidi samo ovo sve što? U redu, je li tako, i čujete mi tu sve?
Sad se vidi, da.
Hvala. Ovako, znači prije nego što počnem, morat ću samo naglasiti da ćemo zbog ograničenog vremena odlučili smo da ćemo govoriti o MATLAB-u pomoću slika, a ne direktno pomoću aplikacije. MATLAB je programski jezik, omogućava nam matrične manipulacije, crtanje funkcija podataka, implementaciju algoritama, stvaranje korisničkog interfejsa i povezivanje s programima napisanim na drugim jezicima. S dodacima uz MATLAB moguće su i grafičke stimulacije različitih domena. Neuron je električno pobudljiva ćelija. Sastoji se od tijela neurona i od njegovih nastavaka, aksona i dendrita. Neuron komunicira s drugim ćelijama putem sinapsi. Sinapse mogu biti elektrohemijske i hemijske. U tijelu neurona dešavaju se svi bitni procesi odlučivanja za neuron i njegov stimulus. Dendriti su područja odakle neuroni dobijaju većinu svojih informacija putem neurotransmitera. sama uzima sve te informacije iz dendrita, tumači ih i slaže ih u područje zvano aksonski brežuljak. Ako je signal koji dolazi iz dendrita dovoljno jak da se može propustiti dalje, signal se šalje u sljedeći dio neurona, akson. U ovom trenutku signal se naziva akcijski potencijal. Akcijski potencijal putuje niz akson koji je prikriven mijelinom, izolacijskim materijalom koji pomaže u sprečavanju propadanja signala. Posljednji korak akcijskog potencijala jeste aksonski terminali. Kada signal stigne do terminala aksona, to može prouzrokovati oslobađanje neurotransmitera. Ono što je najbitnije za neurone je natrij kalij pumpa, koju možemo vidjeti ovdje na slici. Njezina glavna uloga jeste depolarizacija i repolarizacija membrane. Natrij kalij pumpa je proteinska pumpa koja transportuje jone natrija iz ćelije i kalij jone u ćeliju koristeći ATP. To pomaže kod održavanja veće koncentracije natrijovih jona izvan ćelije i veće koncentracije kalijovih jona unutar ćelije. Ovo nam omogućava stabilizaciju membranskog potencijala, što je veoma bitno da bi neuroni mogli da aktiviraju akcioni potencijale. Svaki ciklus pumpe uzrokuje da se 3 jona natrijuma pomaknu iz ćelije, a 2 kalijuma u ćeliju. Budući da postoji jedan pozitivan naboj više koji napušta ćeliju nego što ulazi, dolazi do neto gubitka pozitivnih jona, što potencijal membrane u mirovanju stanice čini nešto negativnijim. Pojam akcijski potencijal se dogodi u trenutku kada se tijelo neurona da znak da je određeni signal dovoljno jak i da se može dalje propustiti. U suštini, akcijski potencijal znači da nam je membrana, odnosno cijeli neuron, postao odjednom pozitivan, a inače je njegova unutrašnjost negativna. A tokom repolarizacije u jednom trenutku će se desiti hiperpolarizacija, odnosno neuron će otići u neko još negativnije stanje nego što je bilo prethodno, ali će se brzo vratiti na svoje neko normalno stanje i onda ćemo imati i ponavljanje svih ovih ciklusa. Postoji 3 kanala čije je otvaranje i zatvaranje određeno s nekim stanjem u neuronu. Imamo 2 kanala koji imaju veze s natrijum i jedan kanal za kalij. M i H kanali su zaduženi za transport natrija, a kanal N je za aktivaciju. Kanal N je u normalnom stanju neurona neaktivan. To znači da je kanal zatvoren i otvorit će se kada ćelija želi biti više pozitivna, kada počinje da postaje pozitivnije naelektrisana. Dok vrata H su normalno otvorena i zatvaraju se u trenutku kada ćelija postaje pozitivna. Posmatrajući to sa aspekta ciklus natrij kalij, možemo reći da u trenutku kada neuron počinje da mijenja svoj potencijal od negativnog ka pozitivnom, akcijska vrata M će početi se otvarati i doći do trenutka kada će se morati vrata koja su zadužena za kalij otvoriti kako bi se ćelija vratila u normalno stanje. A onda će se deaktivirati tu kanal H i zatvoriti kada je ćelija prepozitivna. Dakle, na ovoj slici vidimo da unutar ćelije i van ćelije u trenutku kada su nam M vrata otvorena, H vrata i N vrata će biti zatvorena. U normalnom stanju neurona se dešava promjena od negativnog ka pozitivnom naelektrisanju. S obzirom da se ta promjena dešava, možemo reći da je normalno stanje neurona negativan potencijal. Ono što se dešava je depolarizacija, odnosno prelazak iz negativnog naelektrisanja u pozitivnom i vidimo taj skok na plus 30 na ovoj gore slici. Ovdje možemo primijetiti taj princip all or none po kojem neuron funkcioniše. Dakle, akcijski potencijal će se desiti ako se ćelija depolarizira od neki plus 25 do plus 35 mV. Ukoliko se to ne desi, nema akcijskog potencijala, te samim tim stimulus neće biti prenešen. Akcijski potencijal je otpušten da ide dalje na sljedeći neuron, ali taj neuron se mora repolarizirati da bi se vratilo u neko svoje mirno stanje i time omogućilo da primi sljedeći stimulus, pa tako onda i sljedeći i tako dalje. Ono što prouzrokuje neke probleme kod, na primjer, autistične djece, jest to što njihovi neuroni postanu odjednom prezasićeni različitim stimulusima i nemaju mogućnost da se brzo vrate u to neaktivno stanje. Autistične individue, najčešće znači djeca, jako burno reaguju na svjetlost, na zvuk, dodir, jer oni registruju taj jedan stimulus osjeta kao cijeli spektar.
Poštovanje, ja ću sada pitati o samom radu u MATLAB-u, njegovim funkcijama i onome što nam on sve nudi. Sada ćemo pričati isključivo o funkcijama i načinu rada u MATLAB-u. Na ovoj slici možemo da vidimo interfejs za MATLAB. Poslije ćemo nešto više pričati o samom EKG-u i EEG-u. Prvo što činimo jeste pokretanje same aplikacije, a to radimo uz prvi korak koji je path, gdje kopiramo taj dio i zalijepimo ga u traženo mjesto. Kada to uradimo, otvara nam se dio sa lijeve strane, kao što možete da vidite, koji nazivamo folder, i to su nam u stvari metode po kojima ćemo raditi dalji rad. Ovdje ćemo da prikažemo simulaciju Hodgkin-Huxellovog modela neurona. Važno je reći da su naučnici dugim nizom eksperimenata i načina opisivanja rada neurona napravili matematički model koji to opisuje. Programeri su uzeli simulaciju koja će otvoriti simulator i naš posao jeste da ukucamo takozvani kod, a u našem slučaju je HHSIM i pokrenemo program sa tipkom Enter. Naredno što će nam se prikazati jeste interfejs gdje ćemo moći na osnovu unešenih parametara dobiti takozvanu reakciju i moći ćemo da posmatramo cijeli tok radnje. Pitanje je kako se neuron ponaša, kako mi možemo proučavati nalaze, jer znamo da je mozak najneistraženiji dio ljudskog organizma, pa jedan od načina istraživanja mozga jeste samo EEG snimanje u raznim situacijama, što možemo da vidimo ovdje ponuđeno kada mijenjamo koncentraciju iona, a i kada definišemo samu aktivnost našeg neurona. Također ovdje možete da vidite samu opciju paljenja i gašenja kada rade ili ne rade naši kanali. Kada ih u potpunosti ugasimo, onda se naš neuron ponaša kao da ne postoji. Možemo neuronu dati stimulus, imamo inhibitorni ili ekscitorni. Ekscitorni je onaj koji prouzrokuje depolarizaciju, akcijski potencijal, a inhibitorni je onaj koji pokazuje kada se neuron vraća u svoje neko mirno stanje. Ono što je zanimljivo jeste da ovdje možemo da vidimo kako se neuroni prenose stimulusa jedan na drugog i kako se u stvari ponašaju kada koristimo određene neurosimulatore. Vama je bitno napomenuti kada smo vidjeli na slici neurona jeste da on ima jako puno dendrita i na svaki dendrit će primiti određen stimulus. Ono što se dešava u tijelu neurona u trenutku kada dobije više tih različitih stimulusa jeste to da se stimulusi stabiliziraju. Ako je zbir ekscitornih stimulusa, odnosno zbir jačina tih stimulusa veći od zbira inhibitornih stimulusa, onda će se desiti neki akcijski potencijal, a suprotno tome onda će naš neuron ostati u nekom neaktivnom stanju. Kada se vratimo na sam simulator, vidimo kada pritisnemo opciju Run da su nam M vrata zatvorena, N vrata su nam također zatvorena i H vrata su zatvorena. U trenutku kada dođu na jedinicu, onda se ona otvaraju. Sve dok ne dođe na jedinicu, to označava da su sva vrata zatvorena. Znači imamo prvo koncentracije iona, analogno tome koncentraciju kalijevih iona unutar ćelija, jer su one veće vanje. Sada što želimo da vidimo jeste to šta će se desiti kada ih zamijenimo. Ukoliko stavimo da nam je koncentracija iona natrija unutar veća od one vani, stavit ćemo otprilike neki omjer 100:10 i uradit ćemo istu smjenu ovdje na ovoj slici kao što možete da vidite. Rezultat jeste da imamo konstantno neki akcijski potencijal, što bi u stvari bilo loše za čovjeka. Možemo da vidimo da se H kanal zatvara, N kanal se prebacuje iz otvorenog u zatvoreni. M kanal će ostati u otvorenom stanju jer su koncentracije iona suprotno od onih kakve trebaju da budu. Pointa jeste da on stvari teži u neko svoje normalno stanje, što naš ion to ovdje pokušava. Sada ćemo provjeriti šta bi bilo ukoliko imamo jednake koncentracije unutar i van. Stavili smo unutar i van jednake koncentracije, dakle imamo rezultate da je H kanal zatvoren, a N kanal je otvoren. Kada se neuron vraća na normalne vrijednosti, tada smo došli do stimulusa. Kada uključimo prvi stimulus, desilo se otvaranje M kanala i zatvaranje H kanala. Ukoliko neuronu damo inhibitorni potencijal, on reaguje hiperpolarizacijom, a zbog postavke njegovi kanali se moraju otvoriti i zatvoriti da dođu u neko mirno stanje. Ovo su neke najosnovnije stvari koje smo izdvojili, a sad ću zamoliti kolegicu Željanu da preuzme. Hvala.
Ćao svima, ja ću vas upoznati sa EEG-om u MATLAB-u. Prvo da kažemo šta je to EEG ili elektroencefalografija. To je zapravo pretraga na koju će neurolog ili neuropsihijatar poslati ako sumnja na poremećaj stimulusa u mozgu. Iz ovog načina možemo zapravo izvući točno određenu stvar koju želimo iz samog EEG-a. Da bi testirali aplikaciju i dobili signal koji ima neke karakteristike, mozak pokazuje aktivnosti na točno određenim lokacijama u točno određeno vrijeme. I zapravo znanstvenici su morali imati konkretan eksperiment, to jest oni nisu mogli podvrgnuti subjekta nekom random stimulusima ili ga poslati sa EEG kapom za snimanje normalne životne aktivnosti i tako nadzirati sam signal. Pa zapravo u ovom našem slučaju subjekt se nalazi pred ekranom. Na njegovoj desnoj i lijevoj strani imamo prikaz kvadratića zelene boje i ono što treba uraditi jeste odrediti response time subjekta, to jest vrijeme od trenutka prezentacije stimulusa, da mozak, to je sam subjekt, definira taj stimulus i ono što treba napomenuti jeste da vrijeme u kojem se ovo odvija su zapravo milisekunde. Sada što reći za EEG signal? Znači to je jedan vrlo sohastičan, vrlo nasumičan signal koji nema neki fini val koji mi možemo pratiti kroz vrijeme, pa da točno možemo vidjeti gdje se dogodio određeni stimulus, nego se stalno događaju neke promjene. Nijedna od njih ne nalikuje prethodnoj. Također postoje različiti sustavi postavljanja elektroda i broja elektroda koji će biti korišteni kada snimamo EEG. U ovom eksperimentu korištene su 32 elektrode koje su imale točno određene lokacije i koriste se različite tehnologije za procesiranje samih podataka kako bi se izvelo ono najkorisnije iz signala. Sad kako izgleda taj kompletan signal? Mi možemo vidjeti na ovom slajdu da se na Y osi nalaze se 32 elektrode koje zapravo predstavljaju te same kanale. I možemo vidjeti da imamo dva kvadratića koje je subjekt primijetio. Prvi je primijećen u prvoj sekundi, dok je drugi primijećen negdje otprilike 1,7 sekundi. Ono što mi možemo raditi jeste, ovaj snimak je zapravo snimak u 5 sekundi EEG-a, no mi to možemo mijenjati. Pa smo mi to i uradili, premaknuli smo 5 sekundi u 20 sekundi i dobili smo drugačiji prikaz EEG-a koji je ovdje još sohastičniji, još više je nasumičan i možemo vidjeti da neke kvadratiće subjekt ovdje nije primijetio. Iz kojeg razloga mi ne znamo, moguće da je trepnuo. Znači ono što je važno je da je EEG signal zapravo signal vrlo male amplitude, ima podražaj kratkog trajanja, radi se o milisekundama, vrlo je podložan interferencijama jačih signala. Ono što je važno napomenuti je da su svi fiziološki zapravo signali jači od EEG signala, bilo to da su to mišićni neki podražaji, da su to signali EEG-a, neka očna aktivnost kao što je treptaj. I ono što je još vrijedno uzeti u obzir jeste da su kosti lubanje su dosta jake kosti i bez obzira koliko taj EEG signal bio jak, ona ta njegova koštana površina će ga oslabiti, pa će elektrode zapravo primiti signal koji je dosta slabiji. I zašto se ovo radi? Zašto se koristi taj MATLAB? Zato da bi se olakšalo liječnicima, da bi se smanjila da bi se došlo zapravo do automatizacije, te da bi se smanjila mogućnost ljudske greške. Kao što sam već rekla, znači to je MATLAB program, znači korištene su 32 kanala, imamo epohe, to je ono na što ćemo segmentirati signal kako bi se on bolje očitao. Zatim imamo te channel locations, to je lokacije elektroda na glavi. Dvije se nalaze blizu uha. Samo sekundu, sljedeći slajd nešto je zablokiralo. Znači imamo te epohe, to jeste ono na što ćemo segmentirati signal da bi se bolje očitao, kao što sam već rekla, pa tako imamo te znači lokacije elektroda na glavi. Ovdje možemo vidjeti da imamo dvije elektrode blizu uha, dvije se nalaze u blizini oka, što nam to govori da svaka ta elektroda ima svoje točno mjesto na kojem će biti. A također ono što je važno reći jeste da je naša glava podijeljena na režnjeve, pa tako imamo frontalni, centralni, parijatalni i okcipitalni režanj. Pa tako imamo i sve te zapravo elektrode su postavljene na točno određenim mjestima. Također mi možemo odrediti u kojoj milisekundi je signal dosegao najveći pi signala, zatim kako izgledaju ti neki signali koji se događaju na osnovu određenog stimulusa. U našem slučaju je to onaj zeleni kvadratić. Također možemo izvući neke prosječne vrijednosti za stimuluse, pri čemu sve to možemo raditi na nekoj željenoj elektrodi. I za kraj ovdje imamo prikaz svih tih 32 elektrode koje su u našem slučaju bili ti kanali. On je znači, što je uradio MATLAB? On je te naše lokacije pretvorio u komponente i kanale. Ovdje imamo neke boje koje zapravo označavaju kognitivnu aktivnost. Pa tako evo na broju 3 imamo znači u centralnom području imamo crveno obojeno i to zapravo označava jaku kognitivnu aktivnost kao što je na primjer razmišljanje. Tako imamo slike broj 2 i 5, kao što vidite u centralnom dijelu se nalazi to žuto obojeno zapravo područje koje nam govori da je se dogodio neki očni signal. Zatim na broju 15 imamo plavu boju koja označava EEG signal, u ovom slučaju je srčana aktivnost preuzela sam EEG signal. Zatim broj 30 i 19 zapravo mišićna aktivnost. Zapravo postoje još brojne te neke 3D varijante koje i bolje metode koje objašnjavaju EEG signal, no ovo je jedan od jednostavnijih načina za prezentirati sve te stimuluse. I to je bilo to od mene, sad će kolegica Jasmina reći nešto o elektrokardiogramu.
Hvala. Jel me čujete svi lijepo?
Čujemo te.
Super. Ovako, ono što ćemo mi sada preći jeste obrada EKG signala. Koristit ćemo alat za filtraciju signala u MATLAB-u i algoritam koji je specijaliziran za ekstrakciju najkorisnijeg dijela EKG signala, odnosno za ekstrakciju RV intervala koji nam direktno prikazuju koji je srčani ritam. Prema broju otkucaja srca u minuti možemo odrediti da li se radi o aritmiji, normalnom srčanom ritmu i sl. Prva stvar koju radimo jeste očitavanje signala duplim klikom na signal unutar foldera. Nakon toga otvaramo info file da bismo povukli određene informacije o ovom signalu. Snimanje se vrši u dva reda, odnosno ima dva kanala koja daju najviše informacija o EKG-u u trenutku kada se on snima. Tu vidimo ML2 i V5 gdje su nam potrebne informacije o gainu i base-u. Gain iznosi 1024 i base iznosi 200, to nam je korisno za ekstrakciju EKG signala. Dakle, pišemo da je EKG jednako val, to je naš signal, minus base koji iznosi 1024 podijeljeno sa gainom koji iznosi 200. I dobijemo naš EKG signal. Budući da možemo raditi sa manipulacijom signala sa jednodimenzionalnim signalom, uzet ćemo V5 kanal, izvući ćemo ga iz našeg EKG signala kako slijedi. Pišemo da je V5 jednako EKG u zagradi 2,2 tačka. Dvotačka to nam znači da nam povuče cijelu drugu kolonu ovog našeg signala. Sada da bi izanalizirali signal u MATLABu moramo napraviti naš vektor vremena. Ovdje vidimo sampling interval, on nam je važan da bismo napravili vektor vremena. Dakle, time jednako 0, vrijeme je jednako 0, počinjemo sa 0 sekundi preko vremenskog intervala do 60 sekundi jer je naš signal sniman 1 minutu. I onda dobijemo vektor vremena da bi mogli izanalizirati naš snimak. Naredno što upisujemo jeste plot, vrijeme i naš signal V5. I dobijemo grafit tog signala. Vidimo da je to talas koji liči na EKG. Ono što primjećujemo jesu šumovi koji su rezultat pomjeranja čovjeka, rezultat barijere kože i sl. Kada želimo da filtriramo taj signal, koristimo SP tool. Prvo očitamo naš signal, to je V5, a frekvencija je 360 i to smo vidjeli u našem info fajlu. Sada dizajniramo naš filter. Koristimo FIR filter i uzimamo band pass filter koji će nam propustiti tačno određene frekvencije ovog signala. Najkorisniji dio EKG signala je u rasponu od 5 do 20 Hz i mi ćemo da ekstraktujemo taj dio. Prvo upisujemo 360 našu frekvenciju. Rekli smo od 5 do 20 Hz, tu popunjavamo fpas 1, znači iznosi 5, i fpas 2, to je 20. Tačke stop postavljamo za jedan više i jedan niže, znači f-stop 1 je 4 i f-stop 2 je 21 i tako dizajniramo naš filter. Ovdje vidimo da će filter propustiti sve u rasponu od 5 do 20 Hz, a ostale frekvencije će biti utišane. I sada primjenjujemo filter na naš signal. Kada otvorimo signal vidimo da izgleda drugačije od prvobitnog paragrafa zato što su naši šumovi potisnuti i do izražaja je došao dio od 5 do 20 Hz. To je sve što se tiče ovoga. Možemo sada filtrirati niži ili više frekvencije i tada koristimo high pass ili band pass filter. Znači postavimo im samo niže ispod granice ili više iznad granice i dobit ćemo naše sljedeće paragrafe. Eto, to je to što se tiče o EKG-u. Hvala na pažnji.
Hvala vama za prezentaciju. Ako ima pitanja, slobodno postavite.
Ja ću samo da pohvalim kolegice, pošto sam ih ja obučavala za ovu prezentaciju. Znači, savladale su bolje nego što je jedan student s kojim sam radila do sad. Svaka čast.
Hvala puno.
S tim bi završili prvi dio ove BMI sesije. Hvala vam svi što ste učestvovali. Napravit ćemo kratku pauzu od 10 minuta, pa ćemo nastaviti sa bioinformatičkim dijelom. Hvala vam što ste bili tu. Eto, vidimo se za 10 minuta. Hi, and welcome back. We will continue now with the bioinformatics and related fields part of the session. Therefore, I would like to ask our third keynote speaker, Professor Adna Asic, to join us. Dr. Adna Asic obtained her PhD at the Department of Genetics and Bioengineering in 2018, with her dissertation dealing with pharmacogenetics, working with students first as a senior teaching assistant and afterwards as an assistant professor has been the main focus of her career. She is lecturing in the fields of molecular biology, genetics, and bioinformatics, and is furthermore interested in ethics in scientific research and science communication to the public. She co-authored more than 20 articles published in international index journals, as well as 6 books chapters. She is currently working on a project that aims to associate a patient's genetic background to differential the response to COVID-19 infection. Professor Adna will introduce us with basics of bioinformatics, and the title of her lecture is Assessing Biomedical Data Through the National Center for Biotechnology Information Resources.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I was planning to introduce myself, but now I think that there's no need, since you basically said everything that I was planning to. Could you please just confirm that you can hear me and that my screen is being shared?
We can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So, as you heard in introduction, I will be talking about bioinformatics for today. Sorry, let me just hide this. I will first tell you what basically bioinformatics is, so what kind of topics we are covering in the field, and then I will introduce you to NCBI. So NCBI is a pretty wide resource containing huge amount of information, and I have optimized this presentation for medical faculty students. So I hope that what you will hear today will be useful for you in your future studies and research. So what would be bioinformatics? When I try to explain to my students what bioinformatics is, I usually ask them to imagine the order of nucleotides on a chromosome, whichever chromosome, whichever species. That order of nucleotides is chemically very redundant, and even if you see it on paper, that is just 4 uppercase letters randomly after each other. So basically, it's not telling you anything. Bioinformatics is a newly developed field of research, very applicative field of research that aims to make sense of those 4 letters or 20 letters if we talk about protein sequence. So basically, we can define simply bioinformatics as the use of computer databases and computer algorithms with the goal to analyze gene and protein sequences, but also entire collections of DNA or protein that are found within genome and proteome respectively. Of course, there is much more, including the analysis of gene expression data, also analysis of different phenotypes and how they are genetically conditioned, then comparisons between different genomes and so on. Bioinformatics can be definitely used in medical research, most prominently in medical genetics, and we'll just scratch the surface of how it can be used in today's presentation. So basically, using bioinformatics and its different resources, we can tackle those fundamental mechanisms that underlie biological problems on a larger scale, not only sequences. So we can talk about metabolic pathways, we can talk about 3-dimensional structure and also function of different biological macromolecules. We can talk about disease development, about evolution and natural selection, etc. So there really is a range of options. NCBI, short for the National Center for Biotechnology Information, is public database, so it's very important that its databases can be freely accessed by any independent researcher. And the main goal of the institute is to conduct research in computational biology, to develop different software tools for genome data analysis. And what is their very important goal is to disseminate biomedical information, as I said, free of charge. So there are more than 30 databases. I say more than 30 because the number of databases is changing all of the time. So they are merging already known databases into one and developing new ones and so on. But some of them would be more prominent and more commonly used, and some of them would be PubMed or online Mendelian inheritance in man. Those are two that we'll mention today, but talking about biomedical literature access, I would definitely suggest you to go for a database called Books, as it's offering free online versions of books, sharing and explaining fundamental concepts in biomedicine. So this is their homepage. It is pretty neat and easy to go through. And here would be the list of all databases. I have it on 2 slides. This is how many of them are found. Obviously, these with COVID, those that are related to COVID actually are the ones that are were developed and open in the last year, and they're dedicated to COVID-19 research exclusively. Then we have a group of databases that are related to literature, apart from already mentioned bookshelf for free access to books. We also have MESH, which is short for medical subject headings, a very good sort of vocabulary used for connecting different biomedical terms. Genes and proteins and this section in those databases are mainly useful for you if you're interested in medical genetics. Genomes and BLAST is pretty specialized for individuals working in molecular biology, in genetics as well. PubChem is mainly interesting for chemists, and this last section that you can see here, genetics. Now it contains a lot of information that might be very, very interesting and useful for medical faculty students, including information on clinical trials, also genetic testing registry, then information that associates genotype to phenotype, databases of different genetic variations found in human genome, in other genomes as well, but of course we'll emphasize human genome here, as well as MedGen that offers medical genetics literature and links. So I have organized this as very short presentation followed by short workshops. So one of the options when we're preparing was to organize a bit longer workshop in which my students would be there, and you would also have a chance to do biomedical research and NCBI on your own. You know what happened and what situation is, so the organizers very effectively switched to online conference. So I will just give you an introduction. I will give you the relevant links, and I would definitely advise you, in case you find this interesting, to continue research on your own following this presentation. So we have to mention the National Library of Medicine, or NLM, which is the largest medical library in the world. In 1971, it created Medline, which is a bibliographic database, and we can access Medline through one of NCBI's databases that is called PubMed. The difference between Medline and PubMed is that PubMed is offering you links to full text online journal articles. Unfortunately, not all of them will be available online in form of full text. However, you have PubMed Central, or PMC, that is like a sister database to PubMed, but it contains only those biomedical literature sources that can be accessed for free in form of full text. And the fact that some articles in PubMed are not fully available for free is not due to PubMed, but due to publishing companies that actually own copyright to those articles, which is the reason why PubMed cannot offer you those for free. Next, we'll briefly mention OMIM, which is short for Online Mendelian Inheritance in Man. As the name of the database would suggest, it is mainly associated to monogenic disorders. So this is a disease, disorder, or condition-related database. Those that are inherited, so that are inherited actually in monogenic manner, meaning that they follow Mendelian rules of inheritance, and you can follow them through family pedigrees, and they are exhibiting one of those inheritance modes that we are familiar with. For example, autosomal dominant, X-linked recessive, mitochondrial DNA linked, etc. There is a very minute amount of information related to complex diseases or complex conditions. So this database really does specialize in Mendelian genetics and Mendelian inheritance. And even though there is more than 22,000 entries for human diseases and relevant genes, although most of them are considered to be rare in general populations, there still are well researched and well known. And the last one will be ClinVar, which is the database that provides the data on human variants as they relate to disease. So this is something like a collection of clinical reports from attending medical doctors, physicians, and medical geneticists, of course, on genetic variants that were encountered in everyday clinical practice. That those are descriptions of patient conditions and the results of their genetic testing with the aim to associate certain genetic variants to some diseases, disorders, conditions, and so on. So here are the links. In case that you get the presentation, I just want to make sure that you have the shortcuts to make it easily accessible to you. So I will now move to just to briefly show you how each of these looks like. So that would be the NCBI homepage that I mentioned. So in drop-down menu, you have a full list of all databases, and we'll go for PubMed first. And what I was planning, as it's a hot topic right now, is to search for COVID-19. And I will introduce a Boolean operator which says and. I will enter spike protein. What does it mean? Is that PubMed will give us the results of all articles that contain both of these terms, so COVID-19 and spike protein. You could enter it even without and. If you put or, it will give you all articles that contain either COVID-19 or spike protein or both of them. And if you put not here, it will give you all the results on COVID-19 except for those that contain term spike protein. So although the entire research started in 2020, as you can see in this graph, it shows the results, how many articles were published in line with your search term through years. There is more than 3,000 different results. In case that is overwhelming, and it is, you can apply different filters. So you can concentrate only on review articles, on meta-analyses, on systematic reviews, on clinical trials. So it really depends on what you're interested in. I will open this second entry just to show you how it looks like. So this is a PubMed entry. PMC entries look exactly the same, so there is no need that I go through those. Here you can see bibliographic information. So what type of article you're working with. Here you have abbreviated journal title, so you can just mouse over and you will see the full name. So it's Frontiers in Immunology. Exact publication date and DOI number, each of which is unique for an article. And here is just very basic information. So the title, authors and their affiliations, meaning institutions they work at. Then you will have your abstract keywords, and sometimes you will have figures and a list of similar articles that are suggested to you by the PubMed algorithm. What is another pretty useful option is this site where you can get full citation according to the most prominent quoting or citation styles. So you have AMA, then you have APA or APA. You have MLA and NLM, which are the most commonly used in biomedicine. And in case that this article is also present in PMC, apart from PubMed, you will have this free full text button that you can press, and then you can open your article in PDF here. So if you can obviously save it to your computer or use it however you like to. So this is the set of articles for which their authors contain the copyright and therefore are freely accessible as soon as they get published. If they're not, then your legal way to obtain an article would be to go through library subscriptions, assuming you have one at your institution or university, or to contact authors by email and ask you to share their private copy of the paper. Then moving on to OMIM. Now I will do one, I will change the pace and I will search for sickle cell anemia as my search term. So just to make it a bit more diverse. So sickle cell anemia is a condition in which the red blood cells, erythrocytes, have the form of sickle instead of their regular donut-shaped form, which is impairing their ability of oxygen transport, therefore resulting in severe anemia. Now you have two different types of results on OMIM. So one of them is related to disease itself. So in our case, sickle cell anemia, and the other one is related to gene that is disease associated, not to say disease causing, right? So diseases and their entry numbers are starting with a hashtag, and those for gene are starting with an asterisk. So this is the easiest way to distinguish between them. What you can find here is something like a literature review. So basically here you can find all the important information on one place. This is why I like OMIM a lot, and I own a huge part of my PhD to OMIM, to be completely honest with you. Here you have a very important table, very short one, but very important, which tells you phenotype-gene relationship. So your phenotype is disease, and gene that is associated to it is HBV, so mutation is found within beta hemoglobin. And the mode of inheritance is autosomal recessive, which can be determined considering that, recall, we are talking about simple Mendelian inheritance here. Clinical synopsis might be also very relevant to you, as it gives a list of clinical symptoms that are associated with the disease. Now here you have a table of contents so that you can follow what type of information, what subtitles are given related to your disease. So you have full description, then clinical features, diagnosis, and so on. What I find very interesting, for example, personally, is molecular genetics, so associated mutations, genetic variants, and population genetics, meaning the global distribution of those variants and so on. What is interesting, especially about this sickle cell disease locus of HBV gene, is that it is much more prevalent in Africa than it is in other parts of the world, which is the result of balancing natural selection, since the presence of this allele also confers partial or complete resistance to malaria, one type of malaria, partial in case of heterozygous and complete in case of homozygous recessive genotype. So this is an example of balancing selection where a huge number of individuals in Africa, in parts of Africa, are heterozygous. So they are disease-free, but also partially resistant to malaria. Then what we can find related to genes, so these like gene-centric, let's say, entries, basically similar subsections are given here, but as it refers to gene only. So HBV is not associated with sickle cell anemia only, but with some other types of thalassemia and other types of anemias. And in fact, in all of them, the inheritance mode is autosomal dominant, except for sickle cell anemia, which is recessive, as we said. I don't know how much these features of the gene would be interesting for you, but just keep in mind that you can find biochemical features, you can find information about gene function, about its mapping to the referent genome, molecular genetics, animal models in which it was expressed, and so on. Also, you can find the list of all allelic variants or selected ones in case if we talk about highly polymorphic and reported gene, and you can also switch to table view. in which you just get the names of all variants. Now, I don't know how much you are in the field, but many of these like rare variants are named according to cities or states in which they were first isolated. So you'll have variants that are called Cambridge, or in this case, you have Alabama, for example, and so on. This just refers to how rare they are, which really is characteristic of monogenic inherited diseases or genetic variants. And not to go too much over the time that I was allocated, I will just briefly go through ClinVar, whereby I will search for thrombophilia. So inherited thrombophilia is a rather complex disorder, which was and still is associated with different genetic variants. The most prominent ones including factor V Leiden mutation and another mutation in factor 2 gene encoding for prothrombin, so two proteins important in coagulation cascade. There are more or less conflicting evidence for some other genes and their variants, including SERPIN1, MTHFR, then possible protective role of factor 13, and so on. So when you search for thrombophilia, you will find a list of all possible variants that were previously somehow associated with thrombophilia. And the number of results, again, is rather overwhelming with 920 variants. Therefore, I would strongly suggest to go for some filtering. So for clinical significance, a huge number will be either with conflicting interpretation or uncertain significance. So those might be unrelated or might be like minor fine-tuning modulating variants. But let us go only for those that we know are pathogenic for sure. So we are certain that these variants contribute to development of thrombophilia. Then let us go for so we keep filters turned on, just increasing the number of filters. We'll go for missense mutations, so those that are due to change in nucleotide, also changing the amino acid that is encoded. What else we can be interested in? We can go for multiple submitters, so variants that were multiply submitted by different medical doctors or clinics in general. So they were observed more than once in work with patients. Also, you will see that majority of these mutations will be germline, meaning inherited. De novo mutations are those that are not inherited but arise in an individual throughout their lifetime. So basically, mainly due to lifestyle or environment and so on. But all of these 12 that we have now, after we turned all of those filters, are germline, so heritable. So here you have genes that on which these variants are found. You will have here factor 5, factor 9, then protein C, protein S, SERPIN, C1, and so on. I will open the first variant, which in fact is factor 5 Leiden. I believe you're familiar with it. So this variant is actually making factor 5 peptide resistant to proteolytic cleavage. Therefore, what the outcome is factor 5 deregulation of activity. What you can find here is that the variant is pathogenic and risk factor for inherited thrombophilia. It has 2 stars for review status, meaning that it was submitted by multiple submitters. 3 or 4 stars would be that it is reviewed by expert panel or that certain therapeutic guidelines are developed based on this variant exclusively. There are 12 submissions. The size of the variant is 1 base pair. This is basically single nucleotide polymorphism or variant. And here you can see that it really is a missense mutation because it also changes the protein sequence. So on amino acid residue 534, you go for from arginine to glutamine or R506Q. So depending on which genome assembly you are using. What else you can see here are all those submissions, so 12 of them. And what they say is that due to this inability of proteolytic cleavage, the result will be germline inherited factor 5 deficiency, and therefore the thrombophilia that results to resistance to activated protein C, which is supposed to perform that cleavage, right? what else I should show you here is associated conditions. So all of them are factor V deficiency or thrombophilia, or also might be associated to increased susceptibility to ischemic stroke or recurrent pregnancy loss. All of those conditions are associated with factor V Leiden mutation, and it is known to be pathogenic for those found on gene F5, as said. And I believe that that would be the most important that I wanted to share with you. I'm sorry if I took too much time. I'm waiting for your questions if you have any. If not, then I would like to ask you, I would like to thank you very much for paying attention. And as I said, I hope that next year we'll be able to organize a bit longer bioinformatics event at your conference. So stay safe and good luck until the end of the conference.
Thank you, dear Professor Adna, for your great lecture and giving the opportunity to medical students to learn something new. The next 20 minutes are dedicated to our last keynote speaker, Professor Larissa Besic, who will talk about parametric statistical tests in biomedical research. Dr. Larissa Besic has been an assistant professor at the Genetics and Bioengineering Department at the International Birch University in Sarajevo since 2019. She obtained her PhD in the field of human blood cancer genetics, and therefore, besides biostatistics, her main areas of expertise include human genetics and cancer genetics. Dr. Besic has published a number of scientific articles and has co-authored several scientific book chapters throughout her career. Please, Professor Larissa.
Thank you very much. I hope you can both see me and my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. So as already stated, I will be talking about the parametric statistical tests that are applied in biomedical research. So when we think about the statistical analysis part of every experiment or every research, what this involves is three basic steps. So the first step is to choose the appropriate test that you're going to use. The second step is to analyze the data using the appropriate test, and then interpret your results correctly. So why I've labeled the first and the last part in red is because these are actually the crucial steps. The data analysis part, trust me, you will see few minutes tops. So the first thing that I want to talk about, therefore, is how to choose your appropriate statistical test. Now, this involves several steps, but I will tell you the crucial one, actually, because all of these other steps you actually assume or already have done. So the first thing is to formulate the experimental or the research question. So I've put two examples here. That's why I'm not on full screen. So the first example is you're measuring body temperature between male and female participants, right? So you're interested in a specific question why you're doing this, actually. So what you would ask is whether there is a difference between the body temperatures between the male and female participants. And the second example is the prevalence of diabetes type 2, among female participants and male participants as well. So what you're asking here is whether one of the sexes is more likely to have diabetes than the other. So this is the experimental or the research question. The second step is to put this question in the form of a null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. So as you already know, the null hypothesis is something that actually answers answer when you're done doing your experiment. So what you assume is that there is no difference. So this is always your null hypothesis. So in the two examples above, we assume that there's no difference in the average body temperature levels among female participants, or that they are equally likely to have diabetes. Then you want to determine the variables that are relevant to the question. So we have our body temperature, we have our sex, right, which has 2 values, male and female, and we have our diabetes prevalence, which also actually has 2 values, either yes or no. So these are the relevant variables, and this is a crucial step to determine the type of variable. So I think that this is the main reason why our students and people from our profession don't actually do their statistical analysis by themselves, is because they are not sure which type of variable is found within their data that they collected. So when it comes to parametric tests, which are most commonly used tests in our field of study, they have 2 important types of variables, namely nominal and measurement. And if you look at the word measurement, it actually implies that it's something that you measure. So this is something that's reported in numbers. Out of the variables that we have, sex is reported as words, right? So either male or female, and diabetes is also reported as words, so either yes or no. So the only thing that we actually measure is body temperature. So its specific number assigned to it. So this is a measurement variable. And then the other type of variable, which you express as words, which can have more than 2 or more values, is a nominal variable. And in this case, sex has 2 values. So sex is a nominal variable with 2 values. Diabetes has 2 values, yes and no. So this is a nominal variable with 2 values. In addition, parametric tests assume that the measurement data is distributed randomly. So what this means is that when you randomly collect samples, they will align in the form of a bell-shaped curve. So in the example on the right, so the figure 7.3, random students were aligned by height. And what we observed is that the most extreme values are found on the sides, while the average phenotypic characteristics are found in the middle, right? So, and it's also important to know that when you randomly collect your samples, you will almost definitely get a random distribution. So since normal distribution can be described by two parameters, the mean and the standard deviation, this is why tests that are deployed are referred to as parametric tests, actually. Another parametric assumption is homoscedasticity. So in simple terms, when the data points are actually dispersed evenly when it comes to this line in the middle, this means that data is homoscedastic, right? And again, if you collect them randomly, they will almost certainly be homoscedastic. Now we go to the data analysis part. And what I wanted to note is that this is a very useful book. This is the book that I actually used when I started learning about statistical analysis. So what it has is, along with the descriptions, when to use each test, he has spreadsheets, Excel spreadsheets that actually that you can download, and then they can do the statistical analysis for you. So you don't have to use the complicated or more fancy programs such as SPSS. You can just simply do every test you need in Excel. So I've summarized what the book provides regarding the most frequently used statistical tests in our field. So what it has is the statistical test, the type of variable. So this is something that you need in order to perform the test, the statistical question, so the research question that's asked, and then the spreadsheet that you can download and get and perform your data analysis. So for example, we have a data set with certain parameters that you've collected. And as you can see, you have your sex, which has either female or male written. So this is nominal, age in numbers, measurement, and so on. So we look at something that's interesting to us, such as vitamin B12 levels among these participants. So what you want to do is go through the tests, see which tests apply to measurement variables, and then check whether this is the question you want to answer, right? So for example, the descriptive statistics can be used for all of the measurement variables. So what I do is I copy all of the data. I go to the descriptive statistics spreadsheet and I just paste it here. And it calculates everything for me. So the mean, the median, the mode, and so on. Okay, so this was an example. I can go to another example. So, for example, we're interested in whether there's a difference in these vitamin B12 contents among male and female participants. So this is a more concrete question. So what you do is Excel actually has this data filter option, which is very handy. So what you do is you select your female participants only, and you get only the levels when it comes to female participants. You copy that. You found from this sheet that this can be deployed, that the two sample t-tests can be deployed in order to answer this question. You go to the spreadsheet, you enter your female data. You go back to your data set, select only male participants now. Copy the values, go to the spreadsheet that's provided in the book, and you get everything. So you have your average vitamin B12 content, you have your sample number, you have your degrees of freedom, t-value, and your p-value, which is your main result. Actually, this is the result that's supposed to answer the research question and the null hypothesis. So you got a p-value of 0.99. So let's keep this in mind. So this is your result. And now the final step is to interpret this result correctly, right? So for this, we use the p-value that's also referred to as critical or alpha level. And this is actually the probability that the obtained difference occurred just by random chance. So if the p-value is less than 0.05, which is the most commonly used critical value in our field of study, this means that the difference is significant and that you reject your null hypothesis. So when it comes to our p-value of 0.99, it was higher than 0.05. So this means that vitamin B12 contents do not differ significantly among male and female participants, and we accept our null hypothesis. Finally, I'd like to know that it's always handy, and most of the statistical tests that are used can actually be represented graphically, which is more appealing to the reader, right? When you present your results in some kind of graph. So this is also performed in Excel, and graphs are actually not difficult to construct in Excel, and most of you probably already do that. So this is a student of mine that has actually compared the prevalence of lupus among female and male participants. So since she assumed that there would be an equal prevalence, she put the red bar, so the bar that shows the expected value as equal, right? So she had 20 participants, she put 10 for male and 10 for female. However, what she observed was that she got 16, so she got more females with lupus than when compared to the expected value, and she got less male participants when compared to the expected value. So what she did is she applied the correct statistical test, and she got a p-value of 0.006. So she presented her results in a clear manner, and she stated that the results have shown that the prevalence of lupus was significantly higher in female members when compared to male members. And she stated a p-value. So this is very clear, this is very concise. So this is something that the reader wants to see, and this is something that most of us prefer than some complicated sentences. So that was it. Thank you for your attention, and I'm here in case you have any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, Professor Larissa. I do have a question.
Yes.
Is there any default statistical test that we can use for medical research? When and how do we know whether to use the univariate or multivariate regression, exact test, and similar?
So all of those tests are also provided in the book. So what you need to know is the type of variable that you collected. So for example, every regression analysis deals with two measurement variables. So you have to have two measurements and then compare whether they depend on each other, whether when one grows, the second one grows or becomes smaller, and so on.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the audience if there are any further questions. Seems like there are none.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and have a pleasant day.
And I'd like to say big thanks to Professor Larissa for her lecture. and introducing us with biostatistics. Further, we have another high school student with strong passion for programming, especially using Python. Her name is Belma Yunuzovic, and she will show us how we can use Python in bioinformatics. Belma, please take your microphone.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you everyone for coming. My name is, as you heard, Belma Yunuzovic. I'm a high school student, and today I will be presenting the use of Python in bioinformatics. So, first introduction. First of all, I would like to clarify that I won't be talking about Python as a programming language, but rather as its effect on advanced bioinformatics. I will approach the possibilities of Python and acquaint with BioPython, a new framework for biological sequence. So, what is Python? Python is a popular general-purpose programming language that can be used for a wide variety of applications. It includes high-level data structures, dynamic typing, dynamic binding, and many more features that make it useful for complex application development. Python can also be extended to make system calls to almost all operating systems and to run code written in C or C++. Due to its ambiguity and ability to run on nearly every system architecture, Python is a universal language found in a variety of different applications. So what are the advantages of Python? It is, of course, easy to read, learn, and write. It has improved productivity and interpreted language. It is dynamically typed, of course, free and open source. It has vast library support and this portability. Next, what are the use cases for Python? Python is being built since 1999. Since then, millions of enterprise developers worldwide have downloaded and deployed Python. Over the past 2 decades, the use cases for Python have grown, as has its usage and adoption. Python grew from a scripting solution for sysadmins to web development for programmers to the driving force behind machine learning. Here are general use cases for Python. Insurance, retail banking, aerospace, finance, business services, hardware, healthcare, consulting services, infotech, software. We will be focusing on healthcare. Healthcare is generating tons of data from patients and facilities. By making the best use of these data, doctors can predict better treatment methods and improve the overall healthcare delivery system. One of the biggest benefits of Python in healthcare is that it can help in making sense of the data by working with artificial intelligence and machine learning in healthcare. Today, Python for healthcare is used primarily in machine learning and data science applications that elevate patient outcomes. Machine learning algorithms enable healthcare analytics using Python, as developers can build health monitoring and tracking applications. Now, what bioinformatics, what is that and what it does? Bioinformatics is the application of computer technology to get information that's stored in certain types of biological data. Bioinformatics provides central, globally accessible databases that enables scientists to submit, search, and analyze information. It offers analysis software for data studies and comparisons and provides tools for modeling, visualizing, exploring, and integrating data. The main goal is to convert a multitude of complex data into useful information and knowledge. Bioinformatics approaches are used to understand the function of genes, the regulation of cells, drug target selection, drug design, and disease.
It can be understood as the line of study dedicated to the application of computer technology in the analysis and management of biological statistics. While the subject has had profound impact on every part of our living, bioinformatics is recently getting considered as an important subject matter. Now, what is the application scope of bioinformatics? First, we have sequence analysis, and that is DNA sequencing, sequence assembly, genetics of disease. Then we have gene and protein expression, analysis of gene expression, analysis of protein expression, analysis of regulation. Then we have analysis of cellular organization, microscopy and image analysis, protein localization, and nuclear organization of chromatin. And in the end, we have structural bioinformatics. One of the Python's case studies, the most popular, is sequencing. Sequencing is the process of finding the primary structure of an unbranched biopolymer, whether it is DNA or RNA. The DNA sequencing is all about determining the nucleic acid sequence. It helps to find out the order of the 4 bases, adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine in a strand of DNA. Sequencing is done with the help of sequence machines. Once sequenced, the data is then available for further processing. A textual example of a DNA sequencing is here, we can see. DNA sequencing is the method of determining the order of nucleotide in DNA to find the quantity of RNA in a biological cell. Protein sequencing is the method of determining the amino acid sequence of all parts of a protein or peptide. Here we have raw data processed into sequences. We want to see where Python is playing its role, and this is here. Python is, okay. Here is what actually happens in the process of the code. This is the Python's workspace, and as you can see, it is really easy to understand. It is really simple. Now let's see how Python transitions to BioPython in terms of healthcare. BioPython. The BioPython project is an open source collection of non-commercial Python tools for computational biology and bioinformatics created by international associations of developers. It contains classes to represent biological sequences and sequence annotation, and it is able to read and write to a variety of file formats. Separate modules extend BioPython's capabilities to sequence alignment, protein structure, population genetics, phylogenetics, sequence motifs, and machine learning. A core concept in BioPython is the biological sequence, and this is represented by the sec class, so-called. And the best example of why BioPython is really important is sequence cleaner. Because analyzing poor data takes CPU time and interpreting the results from poor data takes people time. So it's always important to make a pre-processing. The big idea is to remove duplicate sequences, remove too short sequences, and the user will define the minimum length, and remove sequences which have too many nucleotides, and the user defines the percentage of nucleotides it allows. And in the end, the user can choose if they want to have a file as output or print the result. And here is the script or the code. Again, very easy to understand. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please do ask.
Thank you, Obama, very much. I see that Amsal was asleep. Just kidding. So thank you very much for your presentation, because it's nice to see that you are a high school student, but also have interest for bioinformatics, which is the course on university. If Amsal is here, I would like to ask him to continue moderating this.
Yeah, Amsal is here. He was just waiting for questions and the eventual question if anyone has. But since there are none, I'd like to thank Palma again for taking her time, coming here, presenting this.
Thank you.
It's interesting to see the appliance of actual informatics and programming languages into actual healthcare. That's a new for me personally. I haven't heard about it. So keep continuing your work. We will monitor that, and we hope you'll come next year as well with something groundbreaking and new like this. This is something new for me, to be honest.
It is new. It is new. It's very new, especially the Python is relatively new. But I hope I will do something, as you said, groundbreaking next year.
Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you again. It's nice to see we had in the first session high schoolers and first years who were developing groundbreaking ideas. And we'd like to support that as much as we can. So you're welcome to come next year as well. So having said that, last but not least, we have another Belma. Belma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'd like to introduce you a bit. This is Belma Alispaic, and she will talk about macromolecules visualization. She is a Master of Science in Applied Biotechnology. She has done her master studies at Uppsala University, where she worked in one of the world's most known group, specializing in computational biochemistry. She worked on computer-aided drug design. At the moment, she's working as a genetic curator for Boston Genetics. Volunteering became a huge part of her life when she joined Bosnia and Herzegovina Futures Foundation. She's hoping to bring cutting-edge computational drug design to Bosnia and Herzegovina. If I haven't said enough, you can freely introduce yourself, Belma, and good luck.
Yes, I think that would be enough. My idea today was basically to present you with a tool that can help you with getting a better idea of how molecules actually look within the cell. Since we are now understanding more about biological complexes and stuff like that, and we are ready to embrace that with new computational tools. Just a second. So the software I'm going to talk to you about is called PyMol, but before that, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to take you to this road of a central dogma. So what I'm going to show you is basically 3 different structures. One of them is going to be DNA, second one is going to be RNA complexes, and the third one is going to be the proteins. And while I'm going through that, I will give you, I will talk to you a bit more why is that important and what are we actually seeing. PyMol is a software that is acquired actually by Schrödinger Suits company that owns a lot of computational biochemistry softwares like Maestro and basically anything that you can imagine related to material sciences, drug designs, drug development, any computational calculation that you can imagine, they have a software for it. Most of them is paid. This one is for free. And it's actually really good. And what I want to refer to what Belma said before, this is actually based on Python. So you can use comments to do modification in your structures and similar things that I'm going to talk about later. So as I hope you already know, central dogma is the process of transcribing DNA to RNA and then translating RNA to protein, and then that protein is going through the final conformational changes to get its final shape. So proteins are very diverse molecules, and basically they're all proteins, and they form different structures depending on the needs that they have, and cellular localization and many other factors. So let me start with presenting you the DNA structure. So I'm going to start doing this from the beginning so you can see how I actually got to this. I hope that this, okay, good. So there we have this PDB protein databank web page that is just another database of protein structures. So what you have seen before with Anna presenting and Belma mentioning were mainly related to genes and variants within the genes and genome. But this is where we collect the crystal structures or NMR structures of proteins. And if you want to, you can search for many different things. Like if you know your PDB ID, that is the best way to go. So I'm going to go with the one that I have for DNA. Just a second. Okay, this is the one. So for example, if you enter this here, you will get this crystal structure. So this is actually not that important for a moment, but I just want to show you what information you can gather here. So you can gather the organisms from where this protein was extracted, and what is most important is this. So these factors here will tell you how reliable your structure is, because that is really important. Resolutions of the structures tell you how reliable your results actually are, and what you are seeing in your system is actually correct. So let me go back to the PyMol software. So we have a really simple command, which is fetch, and you just copy paste this ID, and then you get this. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the DNA structures and protein structures in general. So just give me a second. Now I will show you what we can do here to just make this basically more beautiful so we can see what is actually going on. So these red dots that you can see around here are actually water molecules, since when you crystallize a structure, you have to have water. And then we have this H here, which hides basically everything. So we can hide the water, and then the visualization immediately becomes more clear. So this structure here.
Can I interrupt you briefly? We are still stuck on the URL for the page.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for saying that. Can you navigate me please on how could I change the screen that I'm sharing? I forgot that. Oh, okay, found it, sorry. Okay, so
yes,
basically,
we can see it now.
Yes, thank you for saying that on time. What I basically did, there was a lot of red dots here, and then maybe I can bring them back. No, not this. Okay. Let me do it again so you can see. So we can do we use this command fetch, as I said. We put this we put the ID, and then we get this. Okay, so these are the red dots that I was referring to, and they basically are water molecules. So we have this option here that hides waters, and I'm back to the point where I was. So this structure I picked for a special reason. It is actually the structure of this month for this year, and the reason is because this here this molecule here that you see is a certain type of a drug that actually bends the DNA. And because of the special features of DNA, which has major and minor grooves, like you can see here, or maybe from the this side. So proteins usually bind to this major groove here, where you can see this protein bound. And what happens is that, for example, this molecule here, it basically bends the DNA molecule in a direction, so it allows this protein to bind, and no other replication can happen after that. So, for example, if we have cancer molecules, and because this molecule was actually was used for treatment of testicular cancer, so it stops DNA from replicating. Basically, that means the cells will die out. And this is a really simple molecule. It only has like nitrogen molecules, and I will show you the final result here. And I will go back. So this small molecule has managed, you see this small molecule here has managed to do the bending of these two guanine nucleotides within the DNA. And then if you are familiar with the DNA structure, which is a double helix, you know that it has to be consistent. If the consistency is lost, then every other process is lost as well. And what I will show you how I got to this image. So you here have different options for selection. You can, for example, select chains. So I can select one DNA strand and second DNA strand. And then I here have this selection. So what I can do is I can extract this object. I can rename it. So I know what I have extracted. And then if I want, I can just remove it. And then I can also select this chain, which is this protein that has been bound here. And I will rename it again, so I know. And once we have this, it allows you to manipulate the visualization of these structures differently. For example, I can say, I want to see this DNA molecule as a surface, for example. Now, if you see this, it's maybe easier to see the grooves I'm talking about. So these are the grooves of how DNA molecule goes. So you can see here. And here is where this molecule was bound. So it bent the DNA and this protein was bound here. So you can see how small molecules can bring big changes and then use as therapeutics, because this molecule is used for applied for different types of cancers as well, and it has been proven quite useful and without many side effects. The only problem with this molecule, for example, is that cells over time can develop resistance. So let me move on to the RNA complex. So as you know, when we have DNA transcription, these strands are going to be separated. Let me maybe here. You can see the bonds as well, but these strands are going to be separated. And then the whole machinery comes in, and then we get the mRNA. And then when mRNA is transcribed, we get the new machinery. So I'm going to do what I did again from the beginning, or maybe let's do it like this. I don't think I have enough time for to show you everything from the beginning. So I don't know how familiar are you with molecular biology. But what we have here is actually a huge complex. Let me show you everything. So this is, as you can see, is a huge complex. It's ribosomes. And as you know, ribosomes are located outside of nucleus of the cell and on this endoplasmic reticulum portion of the cell. And this is where the magic happens. So this is where all of translation happens, transcription and translation happens. And we can see, let me start from the beginning of the story. Okay. We have a small mRNA molecule. So this mRNA, I'm going to show it as sticks so we can get a visualization of actual nucleotides. You can change the colors as you
Sorry,
would
Belma.
like it. Yes.
It's stuck again on the last part where you deleted everything and you said you were going to start from scratch.
I think that's the connection. It's not me.
I don't know. I just see the no license file for evaluation only, and I see a blank screen. So could you just reshare your?
Yes. I will do that. I don't know what happened. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can see now.
Good. One thing to mention is that this software is really easy to use, and all of these actions that I have done just now, you can use comments for them if you want to learn. If you don't want to, you can use like these visualization things here and other tools, but everything that you want to learn about the software is available online. So you have their website that will help you like do everything. Like if you want to make these sticks thicker, tinier, with different transparency or whatever, you can do that. So let me go back to the translation story. So we get the mRNA molecule. And then in the process of translation, we have this large ribosomal unit that actually attaches to the mRNA. Here you cannot see everything because I have modified it, so it's a bit nicer to visualize. And then we have a small ribosomal unit as well. And here is this channel. I think you can maybe see it a bit. Okay, let me try to. Maybe. Just to decrease, I hope, because some of these features work a bit slowly because they take a bit more time. Okay, good. So you can see this channel here where the mRNA molecule actually moves. So what happens in the cell is that then tRNA molecules come, 1 and 2, and they attach to mRNA. Okay, I will delete this as well. So they attach to mRNA molecule here. And you can see, I think I have, yes, good. So if you know how anti-codon works, you can see here that these 3 nucleotides from mRNA have formed a hydrogen bond with these 3 anti-codon ends. And these also, while this process is happening, these translational RNAs are carrying amino acids, and these amino acids go out from the different part of protein, which I cannot show you now. It's too messy. So I can guess that you now can see why would these things be important. And let me tell you this was not easy to do. There is a lot of work behind this structure, including crystallizing it and then refining it and making it. And it takes a lot of work to actually get this. And what is important is that you can see everything here, like detailed structures of amino acid positioning and everything like that, which I will show you with my final part, which is the protein. So as I have told you at the beginning, 70% or even more of us is proteins, and a protein regulates basically everything. And there is a specific group of protein which are called G protein coupled receptors. They are located within the transmembrane layer, and they are mainly, as I guess if you know about neurology, then you know about signaling. So they are involved in signaling transmissions for a lot of things. What you are seeing here are two different crystal structures of inactive cannabinoid 1 receptor. Why have I picked this receptor? I have worked with it during my master's studies, and I think it would be the easiest to relate to. So as you have known, like if you have heard, you have heard about marijuana and THC, and THC molecules actually activate these CB receptors, and these CB receptors are mainly located in central nervous system, and a small amount of them is located in peripheral system. Why am I saying you this? What I have done for my master thesis is that I have analyzed rimonabant, which is a drug that was on the market. I have analyzed that molecule on these two structures to see how we can optimize our chemical scaffold in order to not pass blood-brain barrier. Now is the time when I tell you the story about rimonabant. So rimonabant was a drug that was designed for curing obesity. It was designed in such a way that would basically inactivate this receptor. So it would do the opposite of what THC does. So THC activates the receptor, so you will, if you are smoking marijuana or weed, you will get hungry, you have munchies, right? So CBD receptors, these two molecules, actually that you can see here, they will inactivate this receptor. Why is this important? This is important because these GPR receptors are really flexible within the lipid bilayer, and it's really hard to get their structures. So I had two different conflicting structures, and I had a scaffold with charged molecules. Why did we pick molecules that were charged? We picked them because charged molecules do not pass blood-brain barrier. And the problem with rimonabant was that even though people were losing weight, a lot of the people have actually reported suicide thoughts, depression, and everything that anxiety and similar. So what they have realized is that the drug was not safe, it was restricted from the market, and then that is when they realized that they need to find a way to basically prevent these molecules to go to the blood-brain barrier, because the CB receptors are really, really important for a lot of mechanisms that go inside our nervous system. So you can see here, every protein has a different binding mode, right? And what was happening here, imagine that this is around here, you have the phospholipid bilayer. Unfortunately, I don't have that model with me because I don't have access to the data that I used to work on. But these 7 transmembrane layered protein goes through the membrane. So all of this is actually buried basically within the cell layer. So this and the lower part here that you can see of the protein here, these are actually the active parts that will eventually send the signal to the cell. And these two complexes are basically just there for stabilization of the crystallized molecule. And what happens here? Let me show these two as a surface again. want me to show both of them. Good. So, okay, great. What happens is that you can here see the binding pocket. I hope that you can. So if we, let's focus on just one molecule. Okay, if we move here, let me color. Okay, I think it will be maybe easier to see. Okay, why is this one still? Now we can go. So this is the inside of the protein. As we move in, we can see that these two aromatic rings are in different pockets. As you can see, for example, this one is in this pocket, and this one is in the second pocket. And then here we have the third one, and this third one actually points outwards of between these two helices. Why is this important? This is important because you want to know how your molecule binds. So what I have done with the scaffold that I had of sets of maybe 20 to 30 molecules, I have done molecular dynamics simulations. So what that means is that I have used a supercomputer to send I have gathered all the parameters that I need, and I have sent them to basically computize how will my molecules react within this pocket. So what I would get later is a movie of how my molecule moves inside this pocket. And I will see what is the preferred orientation of molecules, and then I can identify the possible interactions between different residues inside of the protein. For example, maybe I hope that this one will have okay, good. We have them here, I think. So I will extract this molecule as well, and then I can color my protein differently. Let's do yellow. And then I can display the sequence. And if you want, you don't have to, I'm just trying to find these residues here, hopefully somewhere. Okay. So you can find your selection here, because I don't want to see them all like this. Why am I saying this? You will see now when I change this show sticks, and then we can hide the cartoon. And then we can see that this molecule is actually reacting with this residue. And this residue is, sorry, I cannot see, is serine. And we can actually color it by elements. So you can see what part is reacting with what. So if you know chemistry, then you will see what is the interaction here. And with this I would like to.
But I think the screen is still frozen.
Again?
Yeah.
I'm not sure why is this happening. I'm really sorry.
You like just reshare it again.
Yes, yes. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So since this is not molecular dynamics simulation, this is a estimation of interactions, which I have still not filtered. And I cannot identify what is actually reacting with what, but you can see here that we have the red usually is this oxygen atom, and you know the serine is a negatively charged amino acid, and then you have nitrogen here, and there is probably something going on right there, but yeah. So what I wanted to show you is basically this, and if you have any questions, you are free to ask now.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say that it's like really interesting to listen to all of this. I just want to say that. So thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. So if nobody has any questions, that would be it for me.
It seems that we don't have a question. Everything is clear.
I'd like to ask a question, if I can. Mogu i ovako ili kako vam više odgovara?
Možeš ti ovako, ja ću vjerojatno na engleskom da odgovorim, tako da probaj.
Pa, mislim, ako ću na engleskom govori, ja ću na engleskom postav, nemam problem. You were mentioning about the molecules that could bend DNA molecules.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there a way to, since you said it's done to stop replicating the DNA molecule,
mm-hmm.
Is it possible to apply those methods on certain diseases that work on replication, like the HIV virus? I mean, it's a RNA virus, but are there any drugs or are there any research on actually stopping the HIV virus from replicating using PIMOL as a tool to representing and presenting the HIV virus?
I'm quite sure there is. I haven't seen them personally, but all of these tools are actually really used throughout the research, especially what I have mentioned, this molecular dynamics simulations, and additionally, there is a lot of other features like calculations of free energies, binding energies, and all of this biochemical heaven, basically, that you have, and they have managed to do so many things. And it's actually really amazing that you can simulate movement of the protein within the bilipid layer and the drugs and everything. There's a lot of things that you can do, and I'm sure that some type of that thing exists. I don't know if it's something like a small molecule is approved as a drug, but as a research, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, because HIV mutate so rapidly, as you mentioned, the resistance to certain molecules. I mean, that would probably be the major cause for a drug to be produced. And it's, if I may add, it's quite refreshing to see molecules and DNA strands actually in 3D models. We all have crossed our path with DNA molecules and molecular structures in textbooks, but it's something different to see it actually as a 3D model. It helps us.
That's basically what my idea was. I was thinking, like, what do I do? I'm like, let me present them something that they have heard of millions of times and they have no clue how it actually looks like. Because we all, I guess, imagine proteins as small balls or like scissors or whatever, but it's not how they actually work. It's a really complex system, and there are no rules, but there's a lot of rules at the same time, and yeah, that's how science works, I guess.
Well, I'd like to thank you for taking your time for this excellent lecture, and I'd like to thank all of our participants who have been there in the beginning and those who have been from the beginning to the end. we actually hope that you enjoyed these lectures as much as we did from the committee. That will be all for today. Thank you one more time for your interest in the Tuzla Brain Week, and we hope to see you next year again. If anyone has any comments, any critiques, I'd like you to speak up before we end this.
Evo ja bih da iskoristim priliku da se zahvalim svim kolegama, svakako i predavačima na izvrsnim i izrazito zanimljivim temama.
Hvala nam, Mira. Drago mi da vam se sviđa vaš sadržaj. Ako ima još neko od kolega da nešto doda, slobodno ne možete biti stidni. Komentar, pitanje, sugestiju vezano za cjelokupnu sesiju, ako je bilo nekih, da kažem, promašaja, pogrešaka, ako možemo nešto da popravimo, vezano za Tuzla Brain Week konferenciju, pa ćemo prenijeti kolegama i kolegicama u upravnom odboru. Evo, možete reći sada.
Evo, ako nema niko, ja bi se zahvalio ljudima koji su stvarno bili od početka do kraja tu, a naravno i onima koji su bili i otišli, sigurno su naučili neke zanimljive stvari. Neke stvari evo, koje sam ja prvi put vidio i drago mi što sam ovdje prisustvovao i pozvao bih sve ovi koji su bili prisutni da pozovu svoje prijatelje i kolege, da se prijavi sljedeće godine. Vidite, nije ništa strašno, prezentovati je jako lijepa stvar, pogotovo prezentacije koje će biti jako edukativne nama koji prisustvuju. Zahvaljujem vam se još jednom što ste došli. Nadam se da ste, a sigurno jeste uživali, kao što smo i mi. Hvala našim prezenterima i profesorima i ostaloj ekipi koja je danas prezentovala jako interesantne radove i kao što sam rekao, nadam se da će, ako išta, ovi koji su bili danas vidjeti sljedeće godine opet na Tuzla Brain Weeku.
Hvala vam sada. Ako nema nikakvih pitanja, komentara, ja bih vam se još jednom zahvalio na prisustvu. I ako Bog da se iduće godine družimo uživo kako je bilo prvobitno planirano. Jer ovako online jeste lijepo, jeste u neku ruku efektivno, ali ne može to zamijeniti uživo kontakt i sve one konekcije koje međusobno uživo postižemo pa dalje održavamo. Hvala svima još jednom, pa se čujemo i vidimo ako Bog da iduće godine.
Hvala.
Jelena je digla ruku, pa budu već.
Nisam digla ruku, bio je pljesak. Hvala vam svima na organizaciji, bilo je nekih malih tehničkih poteškoća, ali naravno to se svima može desiti mnogo boljim i većim događajima i organizatorima. Zaista je bilo predivno slušati sva 3 dana prezentacije i studenata, bivših i sadašnjih i doktora, profesora. Zaista smo mnogo naučile. Ja i moja prijateljica Anja smo sa biomedicinskog inženjeringa u Gracu. Mi smo malo zalutale, izgleda, bile ova prethodna 2 dana, ali nam je bilo nevjerovatno zanimljivo slušati vas i vidjeti kako to sve funkcioniše. Jako smo se radovale Tuzli, obilasku Tuzle, ali eto, spriječila nas je korona ove godine. Nadam se da će dogodine biti drugačije.
Biće ako bude drugačije. Hvala puno. Nadam se da su oni prve teme onda odgovarali vama i vašoj kolegici. Jer su baš oblasti biomedicinskog inženjera.
Danas je bilo mnogo bliže nama i onome što mi radimo na našem fakultetu, ali kažem, bez obzira, juče smo zaista neke predivne prezentacije čuli, neke stvari za koje smo čuli, ali nismo znali ništa o njima, tako da možda nas je malo natjeralo da i mi sami malo više istražujemo.
data razume, ali budete slobodni iduće godine se okušati u pisanju radova, pisanju apstrakta, pa nam pošaljete, pa možda nešto iz oblasti biomedicinskog inženjeringa i slično.
Vjerovatno i hoćemo da, jer sad ove godine smo vidjeli, kažem vam, kako to izgleda, shvatit ćemo do godine mnogo ozbiljnije, ako ništa drugo.
Mi se samo nadamo da nećemo iduće godine morati opet pomjerati konferenciju u zadnjem trenu u online sistem.
I ja se isto nadam da ćemo vas sljedeće godine moći gledati uživo sve i upoznati vas.
Tako. Hvala ti puno još jednom na komentarima.
Hvala vama.
Hvala. Dobro, ako nema niko ništa više, možete napustiti meeting.